hear you. Tell us, let us see your chat in the chat room. Tell us your name and where you're joining us from. Let's start with those who are joining us for the first time. Or maybe this is your first time of being in any program organized by Transformation College. So let's hear you. If you're joining us for the first time, tell us your name and where you're joining from in the chat room. Okay, let's hear you. Let's see your chat. Feel free, feel free. I can see some names that I used to see in class during the first semester or level 1. Okay, Abu, Jeremiah. Okay, you're joining from Jos. Okay, great. Peter. Okay, you're joining. Okay, of course, Nigeria. Where exactly? Which state in Nigeria, Peter? Which state in Nigeria? Okay, Abdul Latif. Okay, computer software engineering, of course. All right, Delta, Peter. Okay, Delta. Good, good, good. Kaduna State. Okay, okay. From Inokila. All right. Anastasia from Kenya. Great, great, great. Thank you for joining us in class. Okay. Ayodele. Okay, yeah. Good to be back to class, right? For level 2. I see you. All right. Yes, let's have it. Okay, so to all our old students, yes, yeah, you can let us know again where you're joining us from. Yeah, of course. Jarius Donatus, I see you, I see you. Okay, Phoebina, I see you from Ghana. Good, good, good. Okay, the land of gold. Okay, I agree with you. All right, the land of gold from Accra, Ghana. Good, good, good. All right, yes, please feel free to make use of the chat room. All right, let's get to know ourselves. Okay, Temi from Lagos, good to see you, good to see you. Okay, yes, 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 let's have it coming. Mercy, can you send another reminder in the community and let them know that we have kicked off with the class? Okay, so while we are at that, yes, let's get to hear from you all. Jonathan from Osun State. It's good to have you in class. It's good to have you in class, yes. I mean, we have about 26 persons in class. So yeah, everybody make use of the chat room. Yeah, I remember you are building. Your name is not new. Okay. From Oyo State, yeah. Thank you for joining us back in class for the level 2. All right. Okay. And let me also ask, how many of us are with our computers? You're joining this call via your computer. Let's see how many persons have computers while in class. So if you have a computer, say yes, computer, or computer, yes. All right, no long sentence. Okay, James, you're joining from Liberia. Great, 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 great. Welcome to class. Okay, okay, okay. Yes, let's know how many persons are joining and with their computers. Okay. Okay, okay, Temi. Okay, okay, Anastasia, okay. I mean, it's preferable to join with a computer. If you do have a computer, it's preferable to join with a computer. So when there are practical sessions and class, you'd be able to follow through. Okay, but if you do not have a computer and you have your Android phone, I mean, it's fair enough. All right. And I know that soonest you'd all get, for those who do not have laptops, you'd get your laptops soonest. Okay. Okay, Michael from Lagos. All right. Okay. So only how many persons with their laptops? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've only heard from 5 persons. Is that all we have? If you're joining and you're joining with your laptop, okay? Let us know in the chat room. All right. Ah, okay. Abdul Latif. You have a laptop, but you're joining with your phone. Okay, that's good. That's good. That's good. Ah, okay. Abiodun. All right. All right. That's good. That's good. Okay. And again, I mean, we hear these talks about the national grid collapsing again. So it's understandable if some persons do not have power to power on their laptops and gadgets. It's understandable. I mean, would Nigeria, I believe Nigeria would get better. I believe that. Okay, let's just keep the hope alive. Okay, and do our bits. All right. Okay. Yes, let's get to know how many persons are with their laptops. All right. Okay. Okay, okay. 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 I have a laptop on standby. Good. Vishala, you with your laptop. Good, 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 good. Okay. So let's now get to know how many persons have light right now. So let me start with myself. I do not have light, but I have an alternative power supply. So good. So how many of us? Yes, Mr. Rick, good morning. Ah, Grace, you have light. Okay. 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 Good, 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 good. All right. Okay, okay. All right. I see your messages. Of course, yes, Ghana, good. Mark, I see you. You have constant power supply in Ghana. Thank you. I appreciate that. I mean, I celebrate you guys. Okay. Uh, Jumoke, you have light and inverter and you're fully ready. Great, great, great. Good to know that. Jonathan, you have light, okay? Bishola, you don't have light at the moment, but your laptop and battery can last 4 hours. Good, perfect. Okay, okay. This is a nation blackout here. Oh, Abiodun. Okay. Okay. Adekule, good, 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 good. All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, it's a great morning over here, and I know it's a great morning where you are. So once again, welcome to class, all right? To all our new students, welcome to class. And I know that as we kick off our program today, I mean, more persons will join, definitely. Okay, so let's not waste further time. I'll be sharing my screen shortly. And since we have some new persons in class, I would like to officially introduce us to you. All right. You may have heard of Transformation College before now, or you're just hearing Transformation College for the first time, but you're joining us for the first time. At Transformation College of Business and Technology, we are an NGO and an accredited college by the National Board for Technical Education, and we offer a range of courses to SSCA graduates, NYSC members, university graduates and professionals in other fields of study who wish to diversify their skill set and knowledge within Nigeria and beyond. As a matter of fact, Africa as a whole. I mean, we have people from Uganda, we have people from Ghana. Sometime in one of our programs, we had people join from South Africa, Namibia, and so on. So yeah, we're covering not just Africa, not just West Africa, but I mean, not just Nigeria, not just West Africa, but Africa as a whole. And we believe that education should be free in developing parts of Africa, and we are passionate about driving this. We have an array of courses, and they are all 100% tuition free, and that's because we are passionate about bringing high quality tuition free education to Africans. And at Transformation College, yes, like I've mentioned, we offer 100% tuition-free education. And our mission is to raise in a generation of highly skilled professionals. I mean, those who were in class with us during the level 1 studies can attest to this, all right? And those who have participated in other of our programs can attest to this, that, oh, it is no jokes once you're in class, all right? And when it comes to quality, we are very passionate about that. And our vision is to be the #1 tuition-free educational institution in Africa for equipping people with transformational knowledge, skills, and capabilities. And then our core values: knowledge, excellence, and skills. And students or graduates of our college, for whatever course you register for, by the time you're done with the program or graduating from at the end of the course, you can beat your chest that yes, you do have skills that can actually fetch you extra income, right? So we are passionate about knowledge, excellence, and skills at Transformation College. Now today, we are launching, or we're kicking off with the level 2 of our program. Last weekend, we had the level 1 graduation ceremony, and maybe towards the end of the program today, we might let you have a sneak peek into what transpired, or how we celebrated, or how we had a level 1 graduation. And this is level 2, so brace up, everyone. This is level 2, and we'll be talking more about these 2 courses by the time we have our proprietor come to address us. And of course, for the 2 courses we're kicking off, or classes we're kicking off this morning, we have a proprietor who would be taking the entrepreneurship and business management class. And also we have Mr. Olumide Usman Bakare, who will be taking the software application development and cybersecurity class. And I mean, he's an ICT and computer science guru, and you're going to have a swell time in class with these men today. Okay, so all right, so please later on in the program, we'll be sharing these other information. And just to let you know, at the end of every program, every class, we upload the recorded version of our classes on our YouTube channel. So if you are in class and you've not subscribed to the YouTube channel, Emmanuel, please drop the YouTube channel link in the chat room. Please do so that whenever we upload these classes, you'd get your notification, or you'll be able to rewatch and relearn. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, thank you for listening to me. And at this point, I would like to welcome the proprietor, the founder of Transformation College of Business and Technology, no other person but Dr. Olumide Odejide. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us in class this morning, Doctor. You have been busy up and about throughout the week, but you have time for us today. Thank you so very much. Let's put a round of applause in the chat room as we welcome Dr. Orlando in class today.
Thank you very much, Edith. Can you hear me and can you see me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Brilliant. Brilliant, brilliant. All right. So once again, thank you for the great introduction, and I welcome all of you to this class. So if you were at the graduation, if you made it, the dozen people there about that physically made it to the graduation last week, and I see for level 1, can I see you acknowledge in the chat room? Anybody? If you were here last week Saturday, I mean, I was somewhere, but I was trying to make my way to ensure that I was in the building by 12 noon last week Saturday, which is when we started the graduation. So anybody, and how was it? I hope it was worth your time, and we look forward to future celebrations like that, I know, I'm actually certain that that is the least any of you will be. I feel very confident to say that that is the absolute least any of you will be. So that's the least amount of knowledge, that's the least amount of capabilities that you will have. That's the least amount of skills and even qualifications that any of you will have. So once again, congratulations to everybody that graduated. Somebody said, I just heard about it. How come? are you are you on our WhatsApp groups? Are you following us? Right. Thank you very much, Jeffrey. Right. Okay. I can just be hearing about it. That's weird. Okay. So once again, thank you very much, Edith, for the introduction. I just have a few words, and we will move on very quickly. Number one that I have to say to everybody is you should go on our website, and even the website we're going to rework and rebuild the website, but you should go on our website. So that's number one. So somebody should help me capture what I'll consider to be the top 10 things I'm going to say on this call. So you should go on the website. That's number one. Number two, you should follow us on every kind of social media platform, YouTube, Instagram, LinkedIn. You should follow me on LinkedIn. I mean, whatever that thing is, right? That's the social media that is that is tied to or associated with Transformation College. You should follow us because there's a lot that you need to know. There's a lot that you need to be aware of. So you should please, as much as possible, go on our website. There's a lot that is happening, and then you should follow us everywhere that is on social media. No, we have 4 classes for the Fridays, for the 4 Fridays of every month. So we usually, I believe, we start with something in English language and communication skills. So you should, and I think everybody needs to improve their communication skills. I have good communication skills, but I don't consider my communication skills to be excellent yet. No, not at all, right? Not at all. I have good communication skills, but I don't think I'll qualify. So I say good. So if we put it in percentages, right? I think good communication skills will mean uh, maybe somewhere between 50 to 60%. And I'm talking about some global rating. I'm not talking about a local rating tied to a country or something. So I think I'll score somewhere between 50 to 60%. I think great communication skills will be somewhere between 60 to 80%. And I think excellent, once again, remember that I'm using the global scale here, right? I think excellent will be between 80 to 100%. If you go look up a guy, people like Simon Sinek, anybody, how much do you think Simon Sinek gets paid to come to speak to audiences, to speak to executives, to speak to boards? I mean, people like that are global communication experts. So I think we all need to improve our English. There's somebody that I know is an extremely brilliant person. If it was tied to intelligence, he will be number one to globally. It will be in the top percentile globally when it comes to intelligence, and I mean global. But one thing that I know that is stopping him from getting to wherever he should, if it's based on intelligence, then he should be known just as well as any of those other speakers. But because of his use of English specifically, his donation, because I mean, I didn't create English, you didn't create it. English was created by the Englishman. So you and I should speak English ordinarily the way English should be spoken. And there are rules to speak in English. So it's good that everybody, you should, I mean, for the next 10, 20 years of my life, I will always have an objective, or 30 years, whatever, forever. Maybe when I get to 80, I'll give up, right? But I will definitely try to improve my English and my use of English and communication skills. You know, some people will do IELTS, and even with their eyes closed, they will score 9 across speaking, listening. What's that thing again? Speaking, listening, writing, and I can't even remember the last one. So I enjoy all of you. Try and get into the English language and communication skills session. I think that happens every. Edith can put the screenshot in the chat room. So I think that happens every first Friday of the month. We also do something on Microsoft Office, and once again, the same way you need to keep improving your English language and communication skills is exactly how you need to keep improving your Microsoft Office skills. Everybody needs to know how to use Microsoft Word better, Excel, PowerPoint, Microsoft Outlook, all those platforms. All of us need to get better. Microsoft Access. Nobody here really can tell me that they're an expert when it comes to the use of all those platforms. So you should learn those things more as it is. So you should join. Yesterday they did something on Microsoft Excel. I'm sure they'll put it on YouTube. They'll share the link. You should join, right? And we also do have something on digital marketing. And I hope you know that there's massive opportunity for organizations to have people help them with the digital marketing and public relations initiatives using digital channels. I was with a lady in Nairobi 2 days ago, and she's from South Africa, and that's what she does. She would help you improve your brand as a person, improve your brand as an organization using digital means. And she says the average customer for them, where they spend about 5 hours every month doing some work for them, pays them $5,000. And so they said on the average, a customer will pay them 50 to 60K or sometimes 100K, and they spend 5, 10 hours every month working on that client's brand, primarily across the digital space. So, and all that is tied to digital marketing. So it's important that we all improve that. And lastly is our artificial intelligence course that we hold. I believe it's the fourth Friday of every month. And we've broken that into two: the artificial intelligence program for the people who build platforms, right? And the artificial intelligence for the people who are analysts and they help organizations use existing platforms to get results. So you should be aware of all these things. You should follow us. And all of them are free. We're an NGO, right? We just don't have enough donations and grants as at today. So a lot of this is sponsored by my dear self and some of the people who lead some of our businesses, training nights and A4S and all that. But primarily, this is sponsored by us. So one day we hope that we will get the sponsors from different corporate sponsors to allow us do what it is that we're doing, to do it at a much wider and even deeper level as it is. So once again, thank you very much. So those are some key things that I think everybody should be aware of. Yes, so one thing that I've seen is a lot of people mistake education for expertise. It's a big African problem where we think the more educated we are, the more degrees we have, it's equal to expertise. That's not exactly true. I can actually tell you it's not true at all. More qualifications, more certifications, more degrees is not equal to skills and expertise. And as an organization, our focus is skills and expertise. We want to ensure that even if you sit in Nairobi, you sit in Accra, you sit in Lagos, you sit in Ibadan, you sit anywhere, you can get an international job. You can start up a great business that will win awards, the Africa Tech Awards, and you can see different organizations winning awards across the whole of Africa, and some of them doing big things even globally. So this is not just about education. It's not just about passing exams. It's really about ensuring that you get the right skills and expertise. Further to that, it's good for you to have experience. You should have experience. So an experience comes from doing. You're involved with the work and things like that. But I can tell you that you also need to have exposure. You know, somebody can be doing exactly the same thing the same way for an extended period of time, but they are unexposed to other approaches used in other locations, in other countries, in other organizations, and all that. And once again, people confuse these things. They think experience is equal to exposure, and they're not. You can have experience, but you might not be exposed to other ways of doing things in other places. So in all you're getting, make sure you get education, but make sure you even get expertise. Make sure you get experience, but make sure that you're also exposed as it is. And one of our things, one of the key things for us is to ensure that we build this thing called counter fragility, where you're strong, you're resilient, you're effective as a person, you're efficient, you're adaptable, and you're even proactive. And I'm hoping that people who go through our school, who go through Transformation College, that they will end up becoming people who emulate all these characteristics, and they would even be people who demonstrate these characteristics in their daily lives as it is. So, yeah, pretty much. We've revamped our curriculum. We've revamped our curriculum. The centerpiece of our curriculum are these two books. So we're going to, where our program has been broken into two: EBM, which is entrepreneurship and business management, and SADC, which is software application development and cybersecurity. Please, Abdul Latif, drop your comment in the chat room. Let me quickly finish, and then I can take your thoughts and your comments. So we revamped our curriculum so that it becomes a bit more international. So we're using these two textbooks, which are the global textbooks used especially in North America, in Canada, in the US. These two textbooks. So one, the business introduction to business, will be the centerpiece over the next 3 semesters. This semester and the next 2 semesters, level 3 and level 4, we're going to cover everything that is in the introduction to business. Also, we're going to cover everything that is in the computer science book, and we're going to have exercises. We're also going to deal with cybersecurity. So this is a big deal. So everybody would have access to the books. You can save them on your phone. You can save them on your computer. We'll make everything accessible to everybody. But we've revamped our curriculum, and I think Edith showed a slide about that. Well, yes, this is where we are as at today. We've signed up with OpenStax. They've given us access to all sorts of things as a school, and now we've revamped our curriculum so that our curriculum is not local, it is international. So these are the 2 books, and you can go on to OpenStax as it is. So I mean, I'm leading today, but I have someone like Afiz, who's also going to be like a coach for the entrepreneurship and business management class. So I have a gentleman called Afiz. He will be one of the coaches. He will work with us to ensure that we're all on the right, we're doing the right things. And these are all various things we're going to cover over the next couple of weeks. This semester will be done by end of May. So because we have our summer program that starts in June. And so this semester, this level 2 will be done by the end of May. When I finish my presentation, we will share a link and people will go into a different class for the computer science side of things. And I have somebody that I like to consider to be my chairman of some sort. He's an erudite speaker. He's known in a lot of places in the UK, in Africa, as a leader when it comes to information technology, when it comes to computer science, when it comes to cybersecurity, when it comes to IT governance. So it's a big deal that we have Mr. Bakari, soon to be Dr. Bakari, in our midst. It's a big deal. And we thank him for agreeing to take today. If we wanted to pay him, we won't even. I don't even know where we'll get the money to be able to do that. But he has offered to do this 100% free of charge. This is his own contribution to Transformation College. So, Mr. Bakari, everybody, please help me say a big thank you to Mr. Bakari. He will be leading the today's session throughout around computer science, application development, cybersecurity. He works for the government. He's a practitioner. He's not from the university. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with being from the university, but I'm just saying that he does this on a day-to-day basis at a national level. So I'm sure when you get into his class, for the people who are all computer science people, he will be leading that class. And of course, I also have Ayola, who is going to be one of the coaches and one of the lecturers for this software application development and cybersecurity. He's also a practitioner. He's a practitioner of software development and a practitioner of cybersecurity. He is going to be one of the coaches that will be with us throughout this level 2, actually throughout the entire program, all the way to level 3 and level 4. He'll be taking some of those sessions, just like Afiz will also be with us as a coach on the business side. So thank you very much, Mr. Bakker. We really do appreciate taking your entire day today for you to lead this. And of course, this will be on YouTube, and people can always go back to it as it is. So, I mean, we'll share this with you. We're going to make some changes, but yeah, the idea is that by the end of May, because I already speaking with Edith yesterday, and I said we need to make some changes. People can still join next week, 2 weeks time. We're going to have these 2 sessions, just like we have 2 sessions for artificial intelligence. Is exactly what we're going to do here. So we have the business side, entrepreneurship and business management, and we also have the technical side, which is software development. I can imagine that anybody and everybody that is in the what's that thing called? That is in the artificial intelligence for the specialists, the developers, should be in this class. I would think that everybody in there should be in the software application development class. And I would like to think that everybody who's in artificial intelligence business analyst class should also be in the entrepreneurship and business management. It will help significantly for people to strengthen their artificial intelligence dreams, because a lot of the people in those classes, they're not yet artificial intelligence experts. It will make a lot of sense for people to strengthen their dreams of becoming international AI developers and analysts by also being inside of these classes. I can actually tell anybody that if you're ever going to get to those artificial intelligence heights or your dreams, this is the foundation that you're going to need as it is. So please encourage the people in the groups, either you're in the analyst group or in the specialist group, to join the appropriate classes as it is. So pretty much that is it. Thank you very much, everyone. I'm sure we will break now and go into different rooms. The people who are in the entrepreneurship and business development will stay on this link, and we'll take some minutes off, and then we'll share a different link. If you want to be in core cybersecurity, in that cybersecurity class, we're going to be dealing with OWASP top 10. If we're going to be dealing with core development, if you want to be an international developer, then you should go into the other room. So once again, thank you very much. If you go to the chat room, I'm sure there's a lot for you to get here. Lastly, for me, you're not going to be able to get a lot without a computer. This is not one of those things you do with your phone, either in the EBM or in the other class. I mean, we're seeking for sponsors and grants that will allow us to be able to provide computers and internet access to our students. We haven't gotten those grants, we haven't gotten those sponsors. Our dream and hope is that we can give every student of Transformation College a laptop and internet access. We're writing to organizations, we're doing all sorts, but as of today, we don't have that, so we're limited in terms of our ability to be able to provide computers and internet access to our students. But you're going to need a computer. You should go to somebody's house, you should do whatever it is to ensure that you get a computer, because you won't be able to get the best out of this. All right, thank you very much, everyone.
All right. At this moment, we would be sharing the link to the SADC class. Okay. So all those who signed up for the SADC class, please, Emmanuel, have you dropped the link?
All right,
Okay.
Edith, please allow me. Somebody was asking. Okay, so I think I skipped that bit. So what we
Okay.
have done, right? You know, as of today, we're accredited by the Technical Board of the Education for Polytechnics. So what we are doing right now is we've broken the 4 years of an ND degree into levels, right? So you see level 1, level 2, level 3, and level 4 as it is, which is like the equivalent of ND1 first and second semester, ND2 first and second semester. So what we're trying to do is we put up our application so that we also become a polytechnic. So we'll be a polytechnic by accredited by the Board of Technical Education in Nigeria. So we're working on that. And also, we're also ensuring that we're trying to also working to see if we can get an international organization that we can also get accredited by and affiliated to. So, but the worst that will happen is that when you finish these 4 semesters, right, you will be able to get an ND degree as it is accredited by the Board of Technical Education in Nigeria. But each of these courses under something called ISO 21001, which is for organizations that educational institutions, we have accredited these courses under ISO 21001. So that means even if you don't end up with finishing the entire 4 levels, right? Each of the certificates that you get and the associated transcripts, you can use them in schools of higher learning. So I hope that brings clarity to it. These are accredited courses, both to ISO 21001 and also tied to, if you finish, the Board of Technical Education does not give you anything for level 1 or level 2. No, you've got to have the 4 levels if you're going to want to get that ND degree. And so you will also see that in here, I don't know if you can still see my screen, you will see that we've included a couple of things. So some people will be wondering that, why are you teaching me business math with Excel, social psychology, and things like that? We've brought some of those curriculum from the technical board of the Board of Technical Education and infused them with our program. So that people who finish the entire 4 levels, those people will also be able to get their ND degree. But if you don't finish and you only do maybe just level 1 or level 2, either way, what you're getting is still an accredited certificate, and that's why these ones are all certificates. But what you get at the end of the four levels is the ND degree in itself. I hope that clarifies it. Thank you. Edith, we can't hear you. I don't know if you're speaking to us, but we cannot hear you.
Oh, okay. How about now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So please click on the link shared in the chat room. For those who registered for the SADC class, please click on it and migrate to your designated class. For those who are for the business management and entrepreneurship, please remain on this call, okay, while the rest migrate to your class. Your trainer is right there waiting for you, okay? And for those asking, of course, there is certificate at the end of your course, okay? There is certificate.
When you do all your assignments,
of course, when you do all your assignments and pass your exams, right?
This is not a certificate of participation. No, it's not.
Okay, so yes, classes are every weekend, yes, for those who are asking. Classes are every weekend. So please migrate and let's kick off with the classes in earnest, okay? And get on with what we have for today. So if you're here and you signed up for the software application development and cybersecurity course, please click on the link and migrate to your class. While those for entrepreneurship and business management, please remain on this call. Okay. All right, the link to the SADC class is in the chat room. Click and migrate, click and migrate. Okay, and let's all start. Yes, business informatics is still, yes, it's that's why we simply had a different naming name or naming what's it called now? Yeah, different naming for the course, right? So if you registered, if you're in for business informatics, please remain on this call. Okay, we are on, this is the second semester for our NID students. This is the second semester commencing or kicking off today. So please remain on this call. You have not, I mean, your course just upgraded, okay? Like you heard from the proprietor, we integrated an American and Canadian curriculum to what we have existing in the Nigerian curriculum. So what you're studying is not just limiting you to Nigeria alone, you are having a broader knowledge, okay, to face the world at large. So please remain on this call and know that you are in the right hands. Okay, so this second semester will last up until the end of May. Okay, so those who are asking for how many weeks, this is until the end of May. All right, so please, I hope there are no other questions. Okay, so I want to believe those who signed up for the SADC course rather, have migrated, so we can start up with the entrepreneurship class. Okay, so for those, as people join, I will be reminding them and letting them know that, okay, if you're joining and you're here, you're supposed to be in the SADC class, please migrate. Okay, so Doc, I think we can take it up now.
All right, thank you very much, Edith. So once again, this is the business class. This is the class for accountants, or at least people who want to be accountants, people who want to be HR specialists, people who want to work in business operations, people who want to work in customer service, people who have interest in application development, people who have interest in cybersecurity, people who want to be developers who are looking to do the technical things. You should go to the other link, right? This is not your class. You should go to the other class. It's like when we're doing, what's that thing called? Artificial intelligence. You know, we have two artificial intelligence options. You're either in artificial intelligence for technical people, which is the automation specialist. Those people are doing something called Python. I don't know whether that is a snake or it is a programming language, whatever that thing is, but they do something called Python. I don't like snakes. I don't like Python. I don't want to have anything to do with Python. That's why when we're doing artificial intelligence, I'm in the other class, which is the business analyst class. We do Copilot, we do Zoho Creator, and a couple of other things. We are users of AI platforms to help organizations, not builders of AI platforms. I hope that is clear to everybody. A user versus a builder for AI. Now, when it comes to this, business informatics, which we renamed as entrepreneurship and business management, it's a different ball game, right? It's about finance, HR, marketing, sales, customer service, law, those kinds of things. The things that allow you to be able to run a business effectively. The people on the other side, those people, they're people who they've either studied computer science or they want to go into university to study computer science. They're interested in the technical area of things. So I hope that difference is clear to everybody so that you're not Are you saying something, Edith? I hope that difference is clear to everybody, just so that you're in the right room. Just so that you're in the right room. So if you're one of those technical people, people who have dreams and hopes and aspirations of becoming a technical guru, they want to do IT and make a lot of money. They have Mark Zuckerberg and those kinds of people as their mentors and heroes. Aha, those people, you better go to the software application development class. I hope we're clear. Are we all good? Are we good? All right. So if you were here last semester, can you let me know in the chat room, because we're going to use the chat room a lot. In fact, I can't train without the chat room. So once in a while, when we have sessions and maybe the chat room is not working, I get very annoyed because I honestly can't take a training class without the chat room, because I'm not a lecturer. I'm a trainer. It's all right. And maybe one day I'll try, if I get the time, I will explain the difference between being a lecturer and being a trainer. I'm a trainer. I will work with you to ensure that you achieve certain objectives. But I'm not like a lecturer where I go through stuff and I say theoretically. I don't even I don't even teach things that I don't do. I must have a deep I must have deep knowledge and deep understanding of that particular thing for me to even be willing to teach it at all. I don't even read textbooks to be able to teach. I pretty much will align the content of the material with my experience. And if I have no experience to offer, I'll either not take it or I'll just let everybody know that I'm not great in this particular area. So I'm not a lecturer, I'm actually a trainer. So if you were here first semester, is there anything you learned? Anybody? Anybody? Is there anything at all? Right. Brilliant. Who's this? Grace. Wow. Grace, I should make you my mentor. Right, Grace. I should make you my mentor. Thank you very much for that. I'm sure that's music to the ears of Edith and Mercy and the whole team. Thank you very much. Aha, Joshua says you want to do both. Joshua, trust me. Maybe in the future you will do both. For now, just pick one because each one is very each of the courses are very deep and they're very involving. They're going to take a lot of time, a lot of effort, and a lot of energy. Yes, you can do both, but I'll say that over the next how many months now? Over the next what now? 18 months thereabout, right? Just focus on one. Then thereafter, maybe come September of the year 2026, you can then get onto the other. But for now, I'll just beg you that you focus on just one. Don't be like the typical African that will jump from here to here. They only know bits and pieces of everything. Don't do that. You should ensure that you do take one and you deal with it in the as it is. Any other person? Is there anything at all that you learned? Can I hear from the people who were here for first semester? What did you learn that changed anything for you? You know, I just said, look at Grace has a testimonial here. So is there any other person that learned anything at all that changed the anything for them? Anybody? You know, either helped you with your work, helped you with your business. I know people give testimonials uh during the what's that thing called during the graduation. So but I want to hear so that others can also learn. Is there, if you were here, thank you very much, TMT said the AI, and you haven't even started on AI to grow your business. You're just talking about kindergarten, not even nursery, when it comes to AI to grow your business. So there's a lot. There is a lot. There is a lot when it comes to AI to grow your business. But at least kindergarten is the first place to start, right? From kindergarten to nursery to primary. So you're obviously in the right, or you're on the right path. All right. Okay, good. Opayemi says accounting to monitor cash flow. Absolutely. That's great. I'm happy to hear that. Cost managing and benchmarking. Brilliant. Brilliant, brilliant. That's good. So please, somebody should remind me before we finish today, that I should put something in the chat room. That it's a simple financial statement template. Yeah, the top 3 financial statements, they are what? What exactly are the top 3 financial statements? Anybody? Do you know? Cash flow statement being one of them, income statement being the other. What's the last one? Anybody? Students of year of first level 1. Any other one? Any other one? Right? Balance sheet. Thank you very much. So I'll share a template with everybody. So please remind me that I should share that template. And I was with somebody recently and I was telling the person that who you rather hire. Will you hire some guy who has ICANN as a degree, or you'll hire somebody who's got the knowledge and knows how to use Microsoft Excel and can prepare accurately those 3 financial statements? Those 3 financial statements: your cash flow statement, your balance sheet, and your income statement. Which of them do we call P or L? In the days of old, we used to call it profit and loss statements. But over time, people said that no, it's not. You cannot make profit and loss at the end of the year. At the end of the year is either profit or loss, right? So in IFRS, they've changed it to profit or loss. So which of those 3 statements is your P or L? Anybody? Right? P or L, which of them or L statement is now called, which of those 3 statements is now called P or L? Use your, what did they call it? Use your AI. You know, you don't have to learn or you don't have to cram everything. P or L statement, otherwise called what? Anybody? Otherwise called, what is it called? Anybody? Quickly. As I said, I'm going to need people to join to work with me in this class. If you go to an organization now and they ask you during that, thank you very much, Rashid. Rashid, thank you. So proud to now, the top 3 statements that everybody will work on, that they will say, oh, we need a balance sheet, we need a cash flow statement and income statement. But according to IFRS, that has changed. According to IFRS, that has changed. So that third one that we used to call income statement, more often than not, now it is called the profit or loss statement. Once again, these are the kinds of things you're going to be learning here. These are the things that you need to know. And I mean, once again, right now, I'm in Nairobi, right? I'm in Nairobi somewhere. I think my friend Elsie is on the call, right? Okay. Or my chairwoman. It's probably a better way for me to call her. Elsie, please respond in the chat room. Elsie is my chairwoman for the whole of East Africa. Our coach and mentor, Mr. Hafiz, is also on the call. I think Hafiz is going to be teaching next week, as it is, right? I think we can build global businesses. I think if you and I really understand what a business is about, you know, business is something that it can be done. I mean, this week, companies were winning awards. Everybody, if you go, maybe you can put the link in the chat room, Africa Tech Awards, Nairobi, and you can go on that website and you will see companies that are building fantastic platforms, fantastic solutions. The solutions are being adopted across 20-something countries. I'm blessed. I have both Flutterwave and Paystack as my clients. I can see I have a company called Sabi, and they're winning awards in climate technology. I mean, so in reality, you can build a big business. Of course, some people can decide that they don't want their business to be big. They're happy for their business to be small. They need to keep it as an Instagram business. They're just happy to have a small shop in front of their house where they can just sell milk and tea or whatever that thing is. I mean, I can't judge you, right? What's that thing they say on social media? We listen, we don't judge, right? We listen, we don't judge. So I can't judge you. I can't say that, oh, you not having the desire or the desire for your business to be global that you're wrong. I mean, it's fine. But I'm also just saying to you that you should realize that you can build a big business. Business takes a technique. It takes you knowing a couple of things. And if you know those things and you apply them properly, and you're not just thinking about qualifications, you can run a, a successful business. I'm going to share my slide and I'm going to quickly show you some things that we looked at in first semester very quickly. And please, Boma Edith, I don't know who is here. Can you share the link for, I don't know, one of my classes, maybe the last class that I took in level 1, or one of those classes. So let me share this in a second, right? This is what we did last semester, right? But I want to show you, okay, good. So let's start with this one, right? Let's start with this one, right? Now, look at all the kinds of things that are put in here. And if you want to run a successful business, you have to understand the application of these things, because the title of what I'm doing right now is called Entrepreneurship and Business Management. So if you're going to be a great entrepreneur, if you're going to be a successful one, right? Because entrepreneurship is about starting, but your ability to be able to manage properly is it's about the growth. Somebody called me this morning and said, "Can I run a training class on let me see, what is the title that he brought to me this morning, just this morning?" He said, "Can I run a training course on business continuity slash longevity transcending generations?" And I told him that, yes, I can, but I think a better name for it, and maybe somebody should help me type in the chat room some of these things. I said a better name for the training class should be Building Sustainable Businesses for Posterity. Building Sustainable Businesses for Posterity. You know, on CNN, you will see the businesses that they said, if you go online, and that's why I said it's good that you have a computer. If you open a browser and you type CNN, businesses that have been around for more than 100 years, CNN does a series on businesses that have exceeded 100 years. 100 years. That means they've completely outlived the first and maybe second generation owners of the organization. So you can build a big business. You can build a global business. You can, because it's not just about starting. There's something that they say in local parlance, and I don't know whether, yeah, they say it in local parlance. They say that in local parlance, what they say is they say somebody has starting. They said the guy is in pidgin English. They said now starting he gets. You know what that means? Can anybody tell me in the chat room when they say that now starting the guy gets? It means that the person has the grags or the strength or the energy to start. But starting is not the same thing as being able to sustain it successfully for an extended period of time. So some people, that's what they have. And that's why you'll see that it's very easy to start a business. Somebody just looked at it tomorrow morning and said, I'm going to start. And they go ahead to, and it's good that you can start, because the other thing you have is that people just keep moving it forward, procrastinating relative to what we're talking about. So it's good to start, but it's also good for you to have a plan for it to grow, and for it to grow successfully and sustainably. That's important. So look at some of the things we said. If you join Transformation College, your personal excellence, we're doing all sorts with our summer program. Your communication skills, entrepreneurship, marketing, we deal with those kinds of things here. Strategy, business management, digital marketing, we do it all the time. The dates have changed, so we don't do digital marketing first Friday any longer. But I mean, this was what it was as a then. In this entrepreneurship and business management, in this introduction to business book from OpenStack, we deal with finance and accounting, we deal with human resources, we deal with procurement and supply chain. If you really understand these things and how it affects your business, you can grow a global business. during the summer program. The summer program is going to start by mid-June. I encourage all of you, if you've done it before, do it again. Get your brother, get your sister, get your children. My children, if they come back from school on time, they're going to definitely be a part of that summer program. Business analysis, project management. Today, I'm going to deal with some things in economics because I'm following the introduction to business curriculum, right? So this is an international curriculum, just so that your mind is clear that you know what these are the international. This is the international benchmark for what I need to know if I say that I'm a business professional, or I'm somebody that's about to grow my own business, or I'm somebody who is within the operational departments of an organization. Economics is a big deal. I'm going to talk about it today. I have my colleague Afiz here. All right, business and data analysis. The curriculum sometimes does not need us to include it with Excel. We intentionally put it with Excel. So if somebody has missed the Excel class yesterday, you're going to struggle when we get to some portions of these things. There's ethics, there's civic education, there's law. We do ISO standards during the summer program. We do Microsoft Office. We do many things as an organization. So that's the point. I think I'll show you one or two slides more, and I'll leave the space so that I can go into the work for today. I mean, I have a book. I need to publish it next year as part of my celebration for my 50th birthday. I will publish this book, and each of this is a chapter in the book. Each of these things is a chapter in the book. Now, I can tell you that these are the things a business needs to know. If you work for any organization, whether you started the business or you didn't start the business, or you're an employee in an organization, the reason why your organization is not moving forward, the reason why your business is not growing rapidly, the reason why you're not yet an African brand is because something on this list, you're doing it badly as an organization. All of you should go back to your organizations and start to ask. You can ask your supervisors, you can ask your managers, you can ask anybody. The reason why your organization is not at the top of your category in your industry is because something on this page is broken. Something is broken. Something is broken in your organization. It's either you don't have a clear strategy, or you have a strategy, but you're not executing and managing the strategy appropriately. You know, those are different things. As I said, this is my book. So I outlined all these things. I will publish it next year. I'm even thinking of, apart from the physical copy, I'm just going to build a website and just publish it on the website for free. All right? Because some people have great strategy, but they can't, or they do not execute and manage the strategy properly. And your business is not going to get anywhere if you have some people don't even have a great strategy at all. Right? Some people don't even have that. Well, some people have a great strategy, but they're unable to execute and manage their strategy properly. So they don't achieve their business goals and objectives. That's number one. Some people really do not understand how to make revenue and how to turn a decent percentage of that revenue into profit. Some people just don't understand that. That means some people don't even understand how to make revenue. Now, there's another group of people, they understand how to make revenue, but they don't understand how to turn a decent percentage of that revenue into profit. They don't understand that. And that's a problem. So does your organization make 5% profit at the end of the quarter or at the end of the year? Or 10%, or 15%, or 20%? If you don't know this, your organization cannot be successful. I was listening to something recently, and the person kept on saying that it's all about the numbers, that you must understand numbers. Your business really has to have a solid grip on accounting, the revenue, and the profit that you make. Because if you're not making revenue and you're not making profit, I'm not really sure you can be called a business. And even if you're not making decent revenue and profit today, there must be a clear date and time and projection by which you can make revenue and profit. Some organizations, the problem is that they don't know how to manage their costs. And that's very tricky because so I tell the people in my office, I say, if I leave the accountant to manage the business, what typically the accountant wants to do is that he wants to reduce the cost of everything, sometimes at the detriment of customer satisfaction or customer delight. So when we have training classes, we can decide, or we did, let me tell, we did graduation last week, am I right? We could have decided that we're not going to serve food or give drinks during the graduation. Am I right? Of course, we could have decided to do that. We could have even decided that the graduation we will not give physical certificates. We could have decided to do that. We could have decided that we will not make a sash like the one we had and make those nice hats that we all had. We would have cut our costs significantly. Am I right? But we will not be the quality of what we're doing that day would have significantly reduced, and the excitement and the delight of the participants and their joy or happiness factor would have been reduced. So yeah, so number 3 is very tricky because if you don't manage 3 very well, it can affect number 4. Then number 4, you have to really think about what is your organization, what is your organization doing relative to number 4? What is it that you're doing as an organization whereby people will say, you know what, I will never go to another person because of this guy? Does your organization have customers like that? Customers that are, they're just completely excited about how, that they will keep patronizing you. I've got some customers that have worked with us for a decade. That means 1 decade. Year in, year out, the people insist that they're going to work with us. We've got customers like that, right? We have somebody who manages and cleans the office that when clients are leaving, when they come for physical training, they contribute money and give to her. Like they'll say that you've taken care of us so much that they put their own money together. We had some trainers at some point in time that the participants went to buy fabric for the trainers. Like the participants were so happy and overjoyed. They contributed their own money after paying us to come for the training. This is not free training. This is very expensive training. And they still put money together and they bought fabric for the trainers in our class that took the classes. Your organization needs to think about number 5. You cannot do everything like everybody and expect to make a difference. Why are you better than the next person? How are you managing number 6? Do you have number 7? People talk about all sorts of things. In modern day, people take their coaches and their mentors from social media. And sometimes what some of the people say on social media is completely wrong, is completely off as it is. Because the thing people don't tell entrepreneurs is they say, get the best people, get people that are better than you, get this, get that. What they don't tell them is that get the best people that you can afford. Did you hear that, everybody? Get the best people that you can afford. Because if all you can afford is the equivalent of $10 or the equivalent of $50, whatever it is per month, you have to ensure you get the best person based on what you can afford, because it doesn't make sense to get good people that you can't afford to pay them. But nobody tells you that. So you have to attract and try to keep the best people that you can get simply or primarily based on what you're able to afford, based on where your company is. But the social media people don't tell you that. They say, oh, make sure that you get the best people. Like you and I can just go to MTN and go to hire them, the employees when we're starting, or even, do you know, those are big organizations. MTN has made a lot of money this morning as you and I are speaking. And then you have to worry about the culture. You don't know, all the people who work for you, they don't have to be graduates. Because somebody's graduated from a university does not mean that the person has got the right skills. Get the best people based on what you're able to afford. Get the best skills based on what you're able to afford as at today, and try to ensure that you build a great culture in your organization. Ensure that you're improving the quality of your products and your services. Innovate. Some of you are not innovating. Some business people here, you're not innovating. The organization you work for is not innovating. Your operational processes sometimes are very poor. You don't have a record of all your customers. You don't have records of all the monies you've made. Some people are just very poor when it comes to record keeping. I mean, I was talking to my wife the other time, and I was taking this. I was taking a jab at her. I was like, my mom is the best record keeper that I've met in my life, and I've met a lot of people. I met a lot of people. My mom, she can keep records for the world. She can keep records. If there was a record keeping competition, she will win. I promise you. My sister is on the call. She will tell you that my mom, in all my MBA, I can't keep records as clear and as accurate as she does. Some people don't do that. I'm telling you, everybody on this call, if your organization is not a big organization, is not a category leader, is because something here is broken. My organization, I've got my challenges. One of the big challenges that I have, I always tell people, is marketing. And I probably have one more slide and I'll go away from here as it is. But I'm telling you, the reason why your organization is not global, it's not great, is because you're missing something here. Something on this page is broken in your company. So if you're in this class where you're learning about entrepreneurship and business management, these are the kinds of things you want to nail down. This is not just for exam purposes. This is so that you can build a successful organization. This is because you want to be able to add value to your organization where your organization becomes very successful. I wish all my staff were are on this call, because a lot of them are not here. We put it on our company group, but I can't force them to be here. It's a Saturday class. They don't have any, we're an organization that is 9,001 certified. I can't force them, apart from the people who work for Transformation College, that is compulsory because this is part of their employment contract, that they have to work on Saturdays because our school's on Saturday. But for all the other people in my organization, I can't put them, there are about 100 of them. If everybody who work in the organization, they're all in between this class and the other one, then we're going to have way more people even on this call, but I can't force them to do that. But I wish they were here. I wish the people who work with me in the various organizations, that they're people who contribute significantly to each of this. I wish there were. I wish there were people who are made up their mind that, you know what, I'm going to ensure that our organization becomes a category king organization, and I'm going to ensure that we do these things right. And this is business. This is what the entrepreneurship and business management class is trying to deal with. I have one more. Look at this, right? And I think I have one more slide. I've closed down a business where we were making so much money, like so much money, we're about something people at the height of the organization. And I closed down the business because of number 11. The company went from 70 something people to 3. And we closed down the business. We left the office. I had to start all over again because I didn't pay attention to my taxes and I didn't pay attention to my receivables. In my organization right now, even when it comes to Transformation College, we're struggling with number 12. We're doing great work. I know that. We built the program, we've augmented, we've reworked, we've updated, I know we're doing great work. I know that. But we don't have the brand and the reputation for it. We don't have, do you think all the banks in Ghana, in Nigeria are 2 major locations where we work? Do you think we have a brand and a reputation with all of them as one of the forward-looking NGOs? No. We were writing our vision statement last week, and Edith, you can put the vision statement if you're here, or Mercy's here, you can put it in the chat room. And we said we want to be the #1 tuition-free educational provider, right? And I was telling them that we can easily become that because nobody does tuition-free education, at least not very common in Africa. That we can be #1. Do we have a brand and a reputation for that? No, we don't. A lot of you that you're here, you're great at what you do, but you don't have a brand and reputation for that. Your organization is great at what they do, but you don't have a brand and reputation for that. For some of you, you don't have a way to be able to measure your business performance. You're poor when it comes to risks, the way you manage your stakeholders. You're poor when it comes to the management of your suppliers and your partners. I mean, I just did a procurement piece of work for about, how much is it now? About $100,000. And the distributor for the hardware said I should pay 20% and then I can finish the payment when they deliver. That's the difference between life and death. Because I never would have been able to do that piece of work if the distributor did not have any kind of trust in me and agreed that I should only pay 20%. So this number 16 is a big deal. A lot of people on number 18, you don't know how your business is going to improve using a platform like Zoho. Maybe everybody, if you're on your computer or your phone, you should write to somewhere. Go and open something called Zoho One. You can put the link in the chat room. You can even take a screenshot from the website. How can my business leverage Zoho One? That will be a decent answer to number 18. And it's endless. The reason why your organization, whether you started the organization, whether you're a part owner, whether you're an employee in the organization, the reason why your overall organization is struggling is because you're doing badly in one of these places. And if you're going to become great, if you're going to become global, if you're going to become excessively successful, or significantly successful is a better word, right? Then you need to get these things right. Next year, I'm going to start all over again in a new location, right? So I'm telling myself, I'm planning right now, 1 year ahead. How do I ensure that I'm successful? If I go to open my business in Europe where nobody knows me, how do I ensure that I am successful? All right. I don't want to spend all my time here. I only want to do this last one slide, and that will be it on this, because I have recordings for this throughout last year. And I use this page internally. I think I have an updated one internally, but for now, this will suffice. Once again, this is your company is poor somewhere here. I promise you. Your company is doing badly somewhere on this page. The organization is doing badly somewhere. My organization, we're usually doing badly around number 5 and number 6 in Transformation College, in Training Heights, in A4S. We're usually doing badly around, our biggest challenge is always 5 and 6. That's our big challenge. I don't know, maybe I'm the cause of the challenge. I don't know how. Maybe some of you even have recommendations for Transformation College, but our biggest challenge as an organization is always number 5. I wish Mr. Mee was here. Our biggest challenge is always number 5. Number 5 is our big challenge. In Training Nights, in A4S, it's always been our big challenge. Our big strength, our biggest strength is always around number 4, number 8, maybe number 9 is great for us. I mean, we're good. We're good around most places. The big one we struggle with is number 5. And because we struggle with number 5 then affects number 6 in our own organization. In our own organization. We struggle with number 5 and number 6. And these are the kinds of things we're going to try to teach in this entire business thing, right? In the entire business course, these are the kinds of things. And you have to do a lot of thinking. You have to do a lot of planning. You have to do a lot of execution. You cannot be here just because you want to pass an exam. You've got to be here so that you can either start and run a successful business, or within the business that you work, you can contribute significantly to one of these areas. You can help your organization become outstanding relative to one of these areas. So I want everybody to go in the chat room. Whether it's your business or it's an organization where you work, what will be the top 3 priorities? I can tell you in my own organization, our top 3 priorities, and it means in all the organizations that sit with us, our top 3 priorities will always be, as at today, is definitely 5, 6, I don't even know which other one. I guess one other area we might be able to significantly improve on in any of the organizations where we are, where I have will be, let me see. But just because I don't know what else to pick, or because there's always the possibility to keep improving, I'll pick number 16. Yes. Let me say that in our own organization, right? 5, 6, and 16 are the top priorities that we need to improve upon. Now, everybody in the chat room, in your own organization, whether it's the organization you started, so please take a screenshot and dump it in the chat room for me, anybody, whether it's the organization you started or founded, whether it's the organization where you work, it might be an insurance company, it can be fintech, it can be a logistics organization. What is your big challenge? As I said, I have evidence. Look at in this class right now, I have about 30 something people. Maybe 4 or 5 of these people, they work for me or work with me in any of our organizations. That means technically, I probably don't have more than 30 people. Now, what I'm saying, does it make sense? Yes. What I'm saying, is it useful globally? Yes. What I'm saying, is it valuable to individuals everywhere around the world? Absolutely. But I only have 30 people, which is the testament to the fact that my number 5 is I'm struggling as an organization. Is a testament to number 5. So you too, and it's not for lack of trying, it's not for lack of the effort, but maybe we just don't have the advanced knowledge and skills to be able to handle number 5. That you're holding a free class that is this useful, this valuable, and you have only 30 people in the class is a challenge. And it's the reason is because we're struggling with number 5. So everybody in the room, tell me, where do you think your organization can do better? Quickly. Give me yours. Where do you think your organization can do better? Where do you think? Right? Yeah. Where do you think? Where do you think your organization can do better? Okay, good. Oladom Oluwatuni, brilliant, right? Yes, because everybody here, except your organization is already MTN, except your organization is already Mobile or Shell, except your organization is one of those top organizations, then you definitely have your company can improve. Your organization can improve. Can I hear from others? Ogundele, Olaidom, thank you very much. Ogundele, yeah, I mean, I don't work for any of your organizations, but I can tell you, and I want to hear from everybody in the chat room. Where can your organization do better? Okwemi, thank you very much. You know, I don't know your organization. I can't validate your organization. I don't know what you're great at. I don't know what you're not great at. And that's why I'm using my own organization as an example. I'm using my own organization as an example. Last week, Saturday, I prayed for people. I said, may you not be the best architectural firm, or the best fashion design company, or the best tailoring company, or the best logistics company that people don't know that they exist. Everybody, did you hear that? That is a great prayer. May you not be the best technology company, but people don't know that you exist. Because if you look at it, a lot of companies have got great capabilities, but nobody knows who they are. People don't even know who they are, but they have great capabilities, but nobody knows who they are. So once again, you have to go back and analyze your own organization, analyze your own business, and ask yourself, what do I need to do to address this in very clear terms, especially if you have a desire for growth and to scale. We're still going to have a conversation about what it means to grow and versus what it means to scale. Growth versus scale. The question, step 1 is to identify what is wrong. Why is my organization, why are we not growing and why are we not scaling? That's number 1. But apart from that, the next thing is that what do I need to do to address it? So all of you are trying to identify what is wrong here. Muyiwa is here. Muyiwa, we welcome you. We'll give you a class to teach. Muyiwa is the highly experienced salesperson, but he's not a great marketer. And I hope somebody can come into the chat room and tell me the difference. Because people, if you go back to my screen, right? If you go back to my screen, people think that 5 and 6 are the same. Am I right? People think that number 5 and number 6 that they're the same. They are not the same. They're very far from each other. 5 and 6 are different, very different. Yeah. Right? Can anybody tell me what is the class? Because in my organization, I'm not really struggling with 6. Of course, 5 affects the level of our 6. But I'm saying that if we can get 5 right, I've got great people who can negotiate, they can build league, they can solve stuff, right? People they can build, they know number 6, but we're very poor with 5. This class that I'm holding, ordinarily, I should have at least 200 people in here. Because what I'm saying is the same thing that clients pay us a lot of money for. In fact, we have this, we have what we call the Smarter Manager, the Compact MBA program, whereby it's these same things that we say in the class, exactly the same thing. And this course, we charge as much as $500,000 for it in Naira, which is the equivalent of what? About $300 to $400 for the training. I say exactly the same thing. But I'm saying it for free, and I have less than 30 people there. Right? Anyways, you all get the point. You all get my point, right? You need to go back, because it's one thing for you to identify what is wrong with your business. It's another thing for you to know exactly what it is that you need to do to address this. It's another thing for you to know exactly how do I address these things? Because I don't think, except you're old and you're retired, I don't think a lot of people went into business to remain small. Except, I don't think that was the plan. I don't think that was the plan when you started business, was for you to stay at a $10,000 annual revenue company or $50,000 revenue company. I don't think so. I think most people want to be a $1 million company. I think a lot of people want to be a $10 million company. Success is good. There was a slide, there was a picture I took this week. I shared it with all my people. I said, it's beautiful to be successful in business. It is beautiful to buy company cars. It is beautiful to move into a beautiful office. I'm telling you, there's no joy for any entrepreneur to be unsuccessful running their business. In one of our businesses, the landlord has come to tell us that we should move out. And I told one of Muyiwa that is here, I said, Muyiwa, we haven't started business except we own the building where we operate from. We're just kidding. We furnished the place, we've revamped the place, we've done all sorts of things. Now the person says we should get out of the place. We can't take the tiles away, we can't take 3/4 of the things that we've done. To make that place fit for purpose and fit for use for us, we can't take them away. So I don't think any entrepreneur goes into a business not to be successful. I think everybody wants to be successful. I think people go into these things to be successful. But how exactly do you become successful? What exactly do you need to do to be successful in business? And I can tell you, the secret is not in the air. It's not in the moon. It's not, the secret is on this page. The secret is on this page. Sometimes something like number 15 does not seem like a big deal. But I can't be a professional office that our toilets don't work, the tap is broken, we don't have toilet the toilet paper or the whatever that thing is called in our toilets as a professional company. Number 15 seems unimportant. At the stage we are as a company, we need to have air conditioning in the rooms in our organization. We need to have electricity. We can afford to have a company that has a building that water is a problem. Every entrepreneur, whether they declare it or not, they want to be successful with business. I can tell you that for a fact. The reason why they're not successful is because something on this page, they're doing it very badly. They're doing it very badly, right? They're not acquiring customers, they're doing poor marketing, and you have to have an answer to this. I want to go away from here. I hope this is clear to everybody. Let me read what you have in the chat room. Yeah, Wasiu Gundeli, I mean, yeah. And number 5, reading must precede number 6. Okay. Peter Spark, this is not the cybersecurity class. I don't know what you're doing. You're asking me about cybersecurity. Peter Spark, are you in the right class? Are you sure you're in the right class? Right? I'm only talking business here. I'm not talking about cybersecurity. So Edith, please help Mr. Peter Spark from Worry. He's definitely in the wrong class because the guy is listening to me and he's wondering, what did this one get to do with cybersecurity? So Peter, this is not your class. We're not discussing cybersecurity here at all. All right. All right. So, I mean, thank you very much, Felicia. Marketing and branding. All right. I hope I'm able to fix my marketing and branding problem. I hope. We put things in place. We're working out at it every day, right? Peter Spark, this is for you. They've shared, this is the class you should go into. This is not the cybersecurity class, sir. This is the entrepreneurship and business management class. All right. Maybe somebody should give us ideas. Maybe give us a brand and publicity, public relations idea here for Transformation College. How is it that we're holding free classes? We only have 30 people. We put out adverts, we pay for Instagram, we do stuff on Facebook, we put stuff on YouTube. Nevertheless, I have 30 people in my class. And that's a problem. Because we didn't set this up so that we can only cater to 30 people. I'm not here today sitting on this call so that I can speak to only 30 people. I'm happy to speak with the 30 people. I probably would be happier if I was speaking to 300 people because it's not going to cost me more. It's the same link, right? The link has been paid for. The link probably can take 1,000 people or something like that, but I only have 30 people thereabouts. So anyways, I hope everybody can take this. Before I go into the other material, I hope you can take this away with you. You need an answer. I'm going to open an office in Canada. I need to have an answer to these things if I'm going to be successful. I have an office, a registered business here in Nairobi. I need to have clear answers if my business in Nairobi is going to be successful. You need to have an answer that you can execute to time and to quality, everybody. An answer that you can execute to time and to quality. An answer that you can execute to time and to quality. Because having an answer is useless if you're not going to execute it. All right, before I go on, everybody tell me in the chat room, what's your, I don't know. Then how come the courses are free? Everybody go to the chat room. Tell me your big learning from this portion that we have done before we move on to something else. Very quickly, everybody. Tell me what is your big takeaway, your actionable takeaway, I dare say. All right. Jim says that, what is there something we're not doing? Apparently there must be something we're not doing. Or maybe it's just the fullness of time. I don't know. So yes, thank you very much, Jokwemi. Radio, TV, who knows? Yes, absolutely. Maybe I should be on Arise TV talking about Transformation College. Edith, maybe we should start with the online TV programs. right? The online TV programs talking about Transformation College. I think we're definitely poor with our publicity. I think as an organization, we're very much focused on ensuring that we get the classes right rather than on publicizing it. So yes, I be definitely we can start with we can write to TV stations and tell them that we're free school, right? Don't charge us an arm and a leg, and we'd like to talk about what we're doing to contribute to SDG 4, education for all, sustainable development goal 4, education for all. So I do agree. We're not doing, we need to do more. All right, everybody, tell me your big learning point. Quickly, quickly, quickly. Can I get at least 10 to 15 people? What have you picked up from this first session before we move to something else? Quickly, 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 everybody. What have you picked before we move to something else? Everybody, quickly. What have you picked up? What is your actionable point for you, for yourself, for your business, for your organization, for that your initiative? What is your big actionable point? Quickly, 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 everybody. Everybody, what is the actionable thing? When I go into the next session, I'm going to be talking about economics. I'm going to be talking about economics and how your knowledge of economics is really going to affect how you can run a successful business. If you don't understand the economics of your country, the economics of Africa, you're going to struggle. So everybody, quick, quick, quick. What's your big takeaway, everybody? What's your actionable, right? Because the takeaway is not because you want to cram something or because you want to pass an exam. The takeaway is, what do you need to go to do? If you have a boss, you have a supervisor, you have a manager, what do you need to do? If you're trying to get a job, what should you know? If you go for an interview, what should you be talking to the interviewer about? Quickly, quickly, everybody. I want to hear from everybody, quickly. Jeffrey said, testimonials. I know Edith is listening. Edith is definitely listening. Yeah, thank you very much, TMT. Way to the top, Jim. Yeah. Well, I mean, somebody told me, like, don't expect that your employees will work as hard as you, especially if you're an entrepreneur. So there's a lot for you to think about. In one of the slides that we used in the same slide, actually, I don't want to spend all my time going through the whole of this because I did this already last year and all this is online. So I don't want to do that since we've even updated our curriculum, right? So, but there's a lot. How to market and get a steady stream of customers, okay? How to market and how to get a steady stream of customers, right? So that, I mean, that's useful. Who else? What's your big learning point? Who else is here? If I come back here, so for example, which are the industries that people cannot live without? Anybody? Right? People cannot live without food. Am I right? So people are giving birth. It doesn't matter what the economy is. People will give birth. Am I right? And their children will go to school. People will wear clothes. I'm seated here. You can see me. I'm wearing some clothes. I'm wearing clothes as it is. All of you that you're here, I'm sure people are not. People are wearing clothes as it is. So people will eat every day. Am I right? That's number 4. So anything that's got to do with that food chain is important. People will go to school. People are going to patronize pharmacies and drugstores and hospitals. So there are many industries. Number 2, number 3, number 4, maybe 5 is not that important, but people are going to wear clothes every day. Number 7 is important. I mean, a lot of the things you need with regards to 2, 3, 4, they're all 2, 3, 4, and 6. A lot of them are only going to come out of 7. A lot of the things that you need with regards to 2, 3, 4, and 6 will only come out of 7. So 7 is important. 8 is important. If there's a problem, sorry, 9 is important, is what I wanted to say. If there's a problem with 9, you're going to eventually have a problem with number 4. Right? If you have a problem with 9, you're definitely going to have a problem with number 4. So 11 is important. You and I cannot barely do anything without 11. In the modern day, I mean, Nairobi, they use M-Pesa for everything. That's a big deal. All of us, we all wake up in one place or the other today. So number 12 is important. A lot of people have listened to music today. They watch something, on TV. 13 is important. 14 is important. 15 is important. 16 is important. So you really have to understand the industries where you exist. The industry where you exist, and the industry that you need to partner with, and the industry you need to serve. There's a lot of thinking. You're students of business. The business, how many CEOs are application developers? Most CEOs are going to be here. The, the, even the founders, so even all the people that are doing software application development and cybersecurity, they're going to work for the people that are on this business in this class. Right? Absolutely. So you would find a Mark Zuckerberg and a couple of those people that all are core software developers, but that is just a tiny percentage of the world. CEOs are people who understand marketing, sales, business operations, logistics, the management of boards and stakeholders. So you need to understand here, what industry are you in? What industry should you be in? What industry are you partnering with? What industry are you serving? Because these are like the core things. If you don't know where you even exist, because the other thing is your, maybe I should put it here, right? Let me see. Okay, I don't think I'm opening the saved version of this thing. I'm opening because the other thing I was going to say, the thing you provide, right? Is it a nice to have or is it must have? When people wake up between morning and night, what you provide, is it a nice to have? Which industry do you operate in? Well, if I could pick training nights versus a nursery, primary, and secondary school, I would definitely pick nursery, primary, and secondary school, because training nights is only if the people have money and the company send them there. But nursery, primary, and secondary school, especially if I'm in a good location and I can provide great services, people are always going to give birth. Their kids are going to go to school. Those of you that are here, it doesn't matter how rich or how poor you are, your kids are going to go to one school or the other. So what you provide, is it a must-have? Will people go to bed? People must stay in a house. They're going to go through, they're going to use transportation. They must wear clothes. They will typically go to the hospital for healthcare. So some of these industries are the things that I'll call tier 1 industries, because compulsorily, people are going to use between morning and night, right? People must do number 4, they must do number 6, they must do number 12, they must do number 15, they must do number 16. When they wake up in the morning to when they go to bed at night. And one of my friends, he went to take, what's that thing called? He's a lawyer. And he went to take distributorship for, what's that thing called? For Indomie noodles. This was about 20 years ago. And I was asking him, why? And he made a statement. I will never forget that statement. Because I was still in my dad's house 20-something years ago. And he said, it was about 23 years ago. And he said categorically, even as I'm saying it now, he was in our living room. Tall guy, light complexion tall guy. He said something. He said Indomie noodles, that the poor people eat it, and the mid class, they eat it, and the rich, that they eat it. He was saying to me then, he said, as at then, that there's barely a home that you can go into 22, 23 years ago. There's barely any home that you can go into that they will not eat noodles. So he said that's why I went to take a distributorship for noodles, that in the poor people's home, the people in the medium class, high class, rich people, that somewhere in that house is a box of noodles, or at least some packs of noodles. And I just saw his thinking. And he knows that, you know what, he can't go wrong with this. Indomie noodles had a bad reputation at some point in time. They said people were dying. Nevertheless, Indomie noodles survived and people are still eating noodles till today. If you stop by the roadside, people are eating Indomie noodles. Some guy is cooking it, they're adding eggs to it. Go anywhere. If tomorrow, go and try the business. Stack Indomie noodles and you see that people will still come to buy it. So you really have to understand the industry you operate within, the ones you need to partner with, and the ones you're serving. You also need to know whether the products or the services that you have, whether they're must-haves by people or nice to have. What you're providing, is it a must-have for which industry, or is it a nice to have? So that you can go into the right business, so that you can get things right. See, said, I've done all this. I've done all this. All right, we did all this last year. Well, all right, it was last year, last semester. All right, for level 1. These are personal skills that all of you need to have. So everybody, I want you to tell me, where are you poor? Tell me your top, the top 3 where you're struggling. Everybody, quickly in the chat room. We captured this in a training class. We're in a training class, we captured this. All right, so where are the top 3 for you where you're struggling? Everybody, please, I need you to join me in this class. I can't have this class all by myself. I need your participation. I beg of you. That's why you need a computer. You know, I know you can listen while you're driving, you can listen while you're cooking, but if you're going to get the best out of this, it's more than just listening. It is more than just listening. Everybody, where are you weak as a person that you need to do something about it? Where are you weak as a person that you need to compulsorily do something about it this year? You must, before the end of this year, 2025, these are the top 3 areas you must compulsorily address. What is it for you? Just give me the numbers. I don't know how to validate it, but at least you would help me to know that you're thinking. That you're thinking. These are the areas you must improve upon. Compulsorily. Anybody? Yeah. So for people that start answering. Everybody. Because if you don't have these skill sets, you're going to struggle to be an entrepreneur or a business professional. These are the underlying skills and competences for you to be an entrepreneur or to be a great business professional. So where are you struggling? Where are you poor? Where do you need to improve? Some people are very bad with number 3. Some people are poor with number 7. Some people are poor with number 8. So we're talking about 3 core financial statements. Some people on the call are like, what are these financial statements? How do I calculate depreciation? Right? Some people are poor with number 11. Some people are very poor with number 12. Right. Lastly, I think in the next class, I'm going to talk about this. This comes in somewhere, everybody. This comes in somewhere. These are all things that I have. I mean, the videos are on YouTube. I've already covered a lot of these things in the past. I'm only doing a recap. You can't succeed in business if you're struggling here. You must know how. It's not for you to know it mentally. That's useful, or just knowledge base. That's useful. But you have to know how it affects your business, how it affects your organization, how it affects businesses generally. And we're still going to talk about this. I think the last time I was taking this class, I also said people focus on company SWOT analysis. Am I right? But I said, have you ever done a SWOT analysis for yourself? What I like to term personal SWOT analysis. Have you done this for yourself? Your own personal SWOT analysis. What makes you strong? It's relative to business in this instance, relative to entrepreneurship and business management. I'm not asking if you're somebody that can eat 10 bowls of food. That's not my concern. I'm not asking for that. I'm not asking for somebody that say, oh, you know what, when I go to the gym, I spend hours there. I'm saying relative to entrepreneurship and business management. Where are you strong? Where are you weak? What are the opportunities for you? And what is threatening you from being great? That's what I want to know. But once again, I have covered all this in the past. I don't really want to cover everything. If you're here, you need to be able to write a business plan. If you're here, you need to be able to write a business plan. There's your business. If you look at the guy who's in the market, right, you say, oh, he doesn't know all these things. He knows them. It's just that he doesn't know them from a formal perspective. He knows them intuitively. You know, when they say that, oh, an Igbo person, that all the people who own big shops, that they might not be able to write a business plan. Trust me, they can't. They just know these things intuitively and they know it by experience. Doesn't mean that they can sit in front of a computer and they type it. If you've seen all those documentaries that talk about how people attract people to their offices, they have the ways of doing these things. They know where to pull funds. Igbo people are very good when it comes to businesses. They might not be formally, you might not do it formally from your own expectations, but I can tell you that they intuitively and by experience have an answer to everything that is here. They have a clear answer to everything that is here. Well, you've gone to primary school, you've gone to secondary school. So hey, you should be able to bring some formal skills and capabilities into this. And if you stay with us, if you work with us concerning these things, then I bet that it will make a difference in your life. I bet that it will make a difference in your life. I put this template up and I say to people all the time, like, you need to know this, right? You need to have an answer to this. You need to have an answer to this. How do I execute my strategy? How do I increase my revenue? Because how, that's second to the last column and the last one, they're the most difficult. They're the most difficult. If I had to pick out of these columns that are blank, that are here, the top two that are most difficult is number 2 and number 6. Very difficult, extremely difficult. To provide number 2 and number 6 based on all the objectives that I've listed here. These things are very difficult. These things are very difficult. I'm trying to run a Pan-African business. I need to know more than what it is that I know today. I need to be smarter. I need to have clear answers relative to these things if I plan to run a successful Pan-African business. No workarounds to it. No workarounds. I have to be crystal clear to it. All right? Yeah. Somebody was asking, yeah, so for us as Transformation College, we're doing something badly here. Training Heights as an organization, we're doing something badly here. Something is being done badly. We're missing something here. We've gotten some areas right, but we're missing some areas. As Transformation College, that's our challenge is somewhere here. As Training Heights, our challenge is somewhere here. Especially under promotion. Maybe that's where our problem is, especially under promotion. I don't think we have a product problem, a price problem, even a place problem. Our problem is seated somewhere under promotion. something we're meant to be doing with regards to advertising, public relations, partnering, direct marketing, something we're meant to be doing, we're not doing right. Something. Once again, when it comes to knowledge, it's easy. But when it comes to the application of the knowledge, it's very difficult. This is what I was asking everybody, right? And I said, based on IFRS, income statement is now called what? This was what I was asking earlier. It's now called profit or loss. What does EBITDA mean? You're not going to go through this course successfully just by showing up only on Saturday, listening for a couple of hours. You're not going to know it. You're going to have to do some study. You're going to have to, this is a school. It is a school. And it gets deeper. All we're trying to do last semester was to just lay some kind of foundation. It gets deeper. So this is accounting. This is HR. This is HR. I built this framework myself because we're doing some work for a client and I wanted to build something that was specific. I built this. So maybe because your business is small, maybe everything here might not matter, but though your beginning may be small, all right, you need to improve. After you've been in business for 5 years, 10 years, we can't still keep saying beginning any longer. If we go for a startup, the startup is not an entity that has been around for 10 years. It's not considered a startup. So you have to really think about this. How does this affect me? What is applicable here? How do I get number 3 right? A lot of people struggle with number 3. A lot of small businesses struggle with number 7. Struggle with number 3. Struggle with number 7. A lot of businesses struggle with number 11 and 12. Even big businesses struggle with number 14. Even global businesses struggle with number 18. Even global businesses, they struggle with number 18. So that's HR. All right, people. As I said, we've done all this before. I'm not about to repeat everything that is here. We've done all this before. So a lot of you that are on this call, that's why you should come for the digital marketing classes. And some of you need to go and hire somebody and train the person. Or go and hire, I'll go and meet a company. There's somebody who's grown so much in terms of popularity. He does my line of work. He does governance, risk, and compliance. And I was saying to myself that this guy, all this growth has happened only in the last 2 years. So I said to myself that this guy has outsourced his public relations. That is why he's making this much progress. He has gotten external help. He has gotten expertise. And it's obvious from the results that he's getting. Now, somebody has helped him with regards to this page. So even for Transformation College, maybe we have a great guy. Boma is a great guy when it comes to this. But even maybe we need help here. Maybe there's still more stuff that we need to know or apply. Because we're doing a lot of this. For some people, look at here, you have business partnerships. Maybe that's where we're struggling. You have influencers telling your story. Maybe that's where you're struggling. Maybe when people look for you on Google, maybe they can't find you. Maybe search advertising. Maybe that's where you're struggling. Maybe SEO. Maybe that's where you're struggling. Maybe it's the pictures you're taking on YouTube and Instagram. It's something here that your organization needs to get right. So go on, think about it. What do I need to improve in my own organization? Where am I struggling? Maybe the videos you have on YouTube, maybe they're not professional enough. Maybe they're not edited enough. Maybe you just even don't have enough volume. Remember, it's the same YouTube that is used globally. People have gotten help to do this. So maybe your business needs to get professional help, affordable professional help, the kind of professional help that you can afford. But you definitely might need help. So even Transformation College, maybe we need help. Maybe what Boma and I and Edith, maybe what we do is not enough. Maybe we need help because right now we don't have influencers who are helping us with our brand, Transformation College. We have some partnerships, but we don't have a lot of partnerships. So we're definitely struggling there. Anyways. All right, people. Thank you very much, everyone. This is the end of part 1. As of today, we will take a quick break and then we will come back and we will go into the business curriculum. So let's take a quick break and then let us come back. I'm hoping this session has been useful. I'm hoping you're writing down. That's why I said this I mean, if you go to business school and you have to go to Lagos Business School, you're going to have to drive there, you're going to sit in there, you're not going to be cooking. And I'm telling you that I'm not sure that what they teach there will even be more validated than what it is that I'm teaching. I'm not a lecturer. I do business, right? I'm a billion naira organization, which is very small because in that 1 billion, 90% of that money might go straight to the cost of running my organization, which means that profitability might be significantly reduced. And as much as I'm a billionaire company, I'm trying to ensure that I become a 10 billion naira organization because there's some of the things we will need to do as an organization. If we don't become 10 billion, we will never be able to do them. Remember, there's a huge difference between the revenue we make versus the profit that we're able to retain. Completely different. So I have a lot to learn. I'm also a student. I'm a proud student of Transformation College because I need my business to be transformed. I need my life to be transformed. I'm not an expert in the English language and communication skills. No, I'm not. I'm not even an expert when it comes to the use of Microsoft Office. I'm definitely not an expert in digital marketing. And I can promise you, I'm not even an expert in artificial intelligence, whether it's for an automation specialist or it is for a business analyst. I'm not an expert across all those spaces. So I'm a student of Transformation College myself, right? So it's very important that each of us, we know what we're doing and what we hope to get out of this training. It's not just about passing exams. It's also really to be certain that we know where we're going to and how our businesses, the ones we sit up on top of, can be successful as it is. I'm not even a business expert. If I was a business expert, then I will already be a 10 billion naira company or $50 million, $100 million valuation company. I was with one of my friends yesterday and I was telling him that the way he's going, that he's going to become a $1 billion valuation company. I was with another friend of mine. His job is to go around the whole of Africa to convince tech companies and small to medium-sized businesses that they can become, they can be listed on the London Stock Exchange. I can see companies that are building excellent products. Because, I mean, the world is productized. I was talking to somebody, I said, can a startup that is a service-based company be invested in? He said, I promise you not. That's what he said. Is that people don't really invest in startups that are tied to services, that is meant to be tied to a product. So there's a lot, you and I, there's a lot. I'm happy that some of my colleagues are here. I'm glad that, you know, some of them decided to show up. I'm really happy. Thank you very much for taking the time out. Because as an organization, we ourselves haven't even gotten to, we're about 10% of our capability. Somebody was saying that Nigeria, I can't remember, it was online there. He said Nigeria is about less than 10% of its capability. So you can't say that any industry in Nigeria is overserved. Now we haven't even started anything. Let me, before we go, right, let me say this as the last thing I'll say before we go for a 20-minute break. What is the what is the total GDP of Africa, not one country, gross domestic product? Somebody said it's about $3 trillion. Somebody who's very smart can fact check this for me. They said it's about $3 trillion. The whole of Africa with 54 countries. Did you hear what I said? The whole of Africa with 54 countries. That our total GDP is about $3 trillion. However, the US is about $29 trillion. One country. That's why you shouldn't blame Americans when they keep saying that Africa is a country. Do you understand it now that the reason why they keep looking at us as a country with 54 states, how many states does America have? Anybody? Somebody can please help me look at these things and answer me in the chat room. I want us to go for a break in a minute. We're great. Africa has got 54. The US has got what? Is it 54 or 52 states? The US has got what? Africa is what? The US is what? Somebody in the chat room. Let me know. Africa is how many countries? I think it's 54. The US is about what? About 51 states. Africa is about, that's why those people, that's why they call us a country. They call Africa a country. Because this our 50-something is exactly like their own 50-something. Are you with me? Now, the combination of our 50-something, the whole of Africa is about $3 trillion. And theirs is almost $30 trillion. Somebody should look it up. That's why. That means there's some states in the US that their, what do they call it? That their GDP, right? Jim, I think you're right. It's 54. Is the number that I have. It's about 54 versus 52. Now, thank you very much, Ogundele Wasiu. Africa is about $3.1 trillion, the entire Africa. What about the US? We've got more land mass. We've got way more people. Nigeria is almost 200 million people. The whole of the US is about 400 million. So you can see that there's a mix, there's a disruption, there's something that is wrong significantly somewhere. If the whole of Africa with 54 countries, so help me do that ratio. 54 countries is equal to $3.1 trillion. And the US, 52 states, right, is equal to about $29 trillion. There is a problem somewhere. Everybody, there is what? There is a problem somewhere. And in our own little portion, hopefully, we can help to resolve this. All right, it's in Nairobi, it's just 2 Texas alone. Can you imagine the TFT? Isn't that a problem? Right? That's why when all of them, that's why they will say the country of Africa, because they don't understand how you're going to be a continent and you only have $3 trillion. That's why all of them keep saying the country of Africa, the country of Africa. That's why. That's why. So you can see that there's a problem somewhere, and there's a problem that can be fixed. There's a problem that can be fixed. It's a problem that can be fixed. So China, it's one country, is already 17 trillion. Anyways, let's go for break. Let's come back in 20 minutes time. It's 2:11 here. Let's go for 20 minutes, and then we can come back, and then we can go. I've only been doing the recap of what we did last semester will go into today once I come back. But you can see, you can see that there's a problem and Africa needs to fix this problem. Our leaders need to fix it. You and I need to help to fix it. And if we don't fix this, all of us are going to be like here. And that's why you can't see big companies out of Africa. You can't see anything that is really important. We only have natural and human resources, but we don't have the skills, the capabilities, the governance, the leadership to turn all these great things that we have into value and productivity. Thank you very much, everyone. See you in a bit. 20 minutes break. All right, so welcome back, everyone. Welcome back, everyone. Okay, so I was saying earlier, the text we're going to be using is for undergraduates. But I can tell you that if you look at the volume of what is inside, even people with multiple MBAs and PhDs will not be an expert with those things. So the text is for undergrad, but so Edith, if you don't mind, okay? Edith, if you don't mind, where is the one pager that I shared on my computer? Just give me a second. The one pager that I shared with you that contains the entire curriculum for that is based on this book.
Okay.
Let me look for what I'm saying. There was a one pager that I shared with you where I had summarized the whole book, or I captured, not summarized actually. I had captured the entire book in the where is it now? Edith, do you know the one page I'm looking for?
Is it the open
Where
open
I
stack one
copied
pager?
the content of the book.
Is it the open stack
Um,
one pager document doc?
Where I copied the content of the book exactly. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for that. So the text we're using is an undergraduate text. So if you're here, Edith was telling me that, oh, boss, I hope you realize that some people are 16 or they're 17 or they're people who have just left university. But those same people that we're talking about, you look at the text that they will use if they get a scholarship tomorrow into an American university. I'm going to put it up now. This is the exact text they're going to use if they're in the US and they get the scholarship, everybody. And even for me, this is not very clear. Maybe from, okay, well, just to have a look at it. Everybody, over the next 3 semesters, we're going to do about 6 of this every semester. Are we all together? That means this semester, we're going to do number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, and number 6. I think, right? Edith, am I right? Am I right? Are we stopping at 5 or 6 this semester?
For entrepreneurship, we are stopping at
Hello, Edith.
Can you hear
Are we
me,
stopping
Doc?
at 5 or 6 this semester?
Doc, am I audible enough?
No, Edith, you're on mute and then you keep trying to talk to us. You never realize that you're actually on mute. Right, you're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Hello, Edith.
Oh, I'm speaking. Hello?
Edith, are you here? Are you trying to speak
Yes.
to us by any chance? Okay. Edith, are you trying to speak to us by any chance?
Doc, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can't hear. Is it just me? Can anybody hear me? Hello? Tisha, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Doc.
Oh, you can hear her. That means, but I can't hear her.
Oh.
Right.
We're stopping at chapter 6.
I don't know what's happening, but I cannot hear her. But can everybody hear me though?
I can hear you loud and clear, Doc.
Anyways, please, can you just confirm you can hear me? That's what matters, right?
I can hear you, yes.
Okay, everybody can hear me. I can't hear Edith, but you can hear me. That's what matters, right? I'm the one that is training, not Edith. Don't worry, Edith, we don't even need to hear you again. That's fine. Okay, good. Thank you. Right. So, in as much as you can hear me, then that's fine. It's not Edith that is training, so it's okay. Right. So, I don't know what's happening, but yeah, that's fine. Okay, good. So if you look at my slide, right? I think I have a clearer version of that page. Hold on. Yes, everybody. So please take a screenshot and you can put it in the chat room. Over the next, oh no, I think this computer science. Oh, sorry. Okay, hold on. It's computer science that I put here. Sorry. It's business administration that I wanted to put. Okay, so I think. So if you look at my screen, and I know that this is clearer for everybody. So this semester, we're going to go through chapters, or this level. We're going to go through chapters 1 to 6. Then next level, we're going to do chapters which will be September, I believe, September, October,
Yes.
thereabout. We're going to do chapters 7, I believe, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, all the way to 12, I believe. And then in level 4, we're going to do 13 all the way to 17. So you can see that this text is for undergrads. I hope everybody understands what I'm saying. This particular text is for undergrads. One of the things you should please do is to just extract, and I think I mentioned it to you before, but I'm not sure it's been done. Let me just speak with Boma. Just extract chapters 1 to 6 as one, so that people they won't have to deal with the whole book since for the semester. And then for next semester, extract also 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That will be for level 3, everybody. And the last one is going to be 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. That will be for level 4. So this is the text for a lot of schools in the US. Undergraduates, not postgraduate, please listen to me. That means the students who use this, they're 16-year-olds, they're 17-year-olds, so to speak. They're people who typically are finished either SSC or they finished A levels. Now, if you think that some of the things that I said in the class before, because Edith was saying that, oh, I should realize that they're 16, 17-year-olds. When we get into this, you know that this is not for kids at all, right? But this is how they teach them. And that's why we had to really change and rework our content so that it's in line with this international approach. You will see, I mean, this is global. I didn't create this material. It's global, right? And you will see a lot of things. So if you look at number 1, it talks about economic systems and the business. And so you will see that it will go into economics in itself, economic systems and the business and business. Then later, next week, I think it will go into ethical decisions and a socially responsible business. And that's a different ballgame entirely. Before we now start to talk about competing in the global marketplace, the various forms of business ownership or entrepreneurship and the management and leadership in today's organization. Everybody, this is undergraduate. It's undergraduate text. So you can't be preparing yourself for a local market. You cannot be preparing yourself for a Ghanaian market or a Nigerian market. You've got to be preparing yourself for the international market. I was looking at a couple of startups. Some of them are gaining ground in other countries. So there are African startups that are now gaining ground in North America or North America. So it's important. It's very important, everybody, that we adjust our thinking, we adjust our mindset as it is, so that we can get very good. And one day, I'm hoping that I'll see people from here that will create global businesses and the startups that will become global. So there are many things in here. Let's go very quickly. The people that are doing computer science, they're also doing something like this, right? They're doing something like this also. And we've now even complicated their own lives because we've added cybersecurity to it, right? But if you're going to have good developers, good AI developers, things like everybody, if you look at this number 2 and number 3, chapters 2 and 3, the average person does not know this. It doesn't matter what school they've gone to. In Africa, the African curriculum is not like this. That's why we had to change ours. It's not like this. It's not structured like this. It doesn't contain this type of content. So it's almost like our curriculum in Africa is not preparing us to be global. Our curriculum is trying to fit us into a $3 trillion economy, while in reality, our curriculum should be looking to expand us so that Africa will move from 3 trillion and move to become a 30 trillion economy. So we have had to change what we're doing here because we're not preparing people for local. We're preparing people for the global environment, and that's very important. So this is the book. We have it. We're going to share it with you. We'll try to see. I know trying to do the editing in what's that thing called? Doing the editing in Acrobat might be a bit difficult, but I'm sure Facial can help, Boma can help. So hopefully we'll still get it out. But this is an international curriculum. It's not a Nigerian curriculum. It's not a Nigerian curriculum. It's a global curriculum that we're using. And I'm hoping that all of you will get value out of this. Let's move on very quickly. So throughout this, right, this is what we're going to be looking at. But the people that are here are all not, we're definitely not US. The US is probably still sleeping now. So, but because the curriculum is US, you and I now have the additional job, are we all together, of translating this into what happens in Ghana, what happens in Nigeria, what happens in in different African countries, what happens in Kenya, right? So in some of the places where they're very US focused, you're a student. So if you're in year 1, a lot of people are praying for admission in the US. If the admission comes through tomorrow, you start dancing, you start say, thank you, Jesus, thank you. You start, this is what they're going to teach you in that year 1. This is the material they're going to use. So you have a lot of work to do, right? To ensure that you're in line with this. From this training class, what you get is not a certificate of participation. That's not what you get here. What you get here is like you've been tested. And that's why, once again, we've aligned this. So if you look at it, I mean, you all can read. I'm not really a fan of reading to people. So everybody can read. Hopefully you can see my screen. And that's why we encourage all of you to please take these classes on your computer, right? Using your phone is limited. Actual classes are not meant to be for cell phones. They're really meant to be for your computer. So these are all the things you're going to learn as part of this chapter. So this one that we're talking about is for this chapter. That means I'm going to cover everything that is on my screen in the next 2 hours thereabout. We'll probably do an hour, we'll take a quick break and then come back and then do the last hour. But everything here is for chapter 1. So how many people do you, everybody, even before we go through this, what do you think will be your score based on everything that is on our screen? That you understand economic growth, employment, price stability, inflation, how these things indicate the economic health of any nation. Most people don't understand this, and this is year one in a biz admin training course in the university in the US. This is year one in a class that is for business administration in the US and in Canada. If your son, your daughter, yourself, you're going to those schools, this is exactly what they're going to cover with you. How does the government use monetary policy and fiscal policy to achieve its macroeconomic goals? Can anybody even tell me the difference between monetary policy and fiscal policy? Most people can't. Most people cannot. It doesn't matter how many degrees that you have. You can't articulate demand and supply and how these things relate to the setting of prices. So you will see that the typical person that has graduated in Africa from biz admin, from economics, from what are the other courses that people do in Africa? I can't remember, right? Marketing. They don't have this kind of strong background. They don't. Anybody doing major in business admin does not have this background. And this is just chapter one, right? So, and you see that this is even tougher than some of the things I was saying before we did this, right? Because this is introducing you to business and to economics all at the same time, right? So this is not beyond you. This is what they do in any university in the US. So you can't say you don't know what it is, right? Somewhere in here, you're going to, I didn't get the chance to, did I say take everything and summarize it? So I had to just take, snippets from the book to put in here, right? So, but you can see here, they've talked about ethics, and I'm hoping you have a notebook beside you because I'm not going to read the slides to you. I'm only going to talk about some of the key things that are there. You will see that in everywhere around the world, everybody's talking about ethics. So you can type it into WhatsApp, AI, or whatever it is. That where does ethics come in within business? African businesses, are they ethical? So this is directly from the book. All right, and this is where sustainable development goals, being ethical. So everybody, can somebody check, for example, yesterday, I believe, both in London and I think somewhere in Delta State, the people were, what was that thing? They were doing rallies and around how Shell as an organization has completely destroyed their lives. Can somebody look for that link? Right? This happened yesterday or the day before yesterday, either Thursday or Friday, where the people have taken Shell to court, both in Nigeria and even in the United Kingdom. There's some videos on Arise TV that I watched yesterday, talking about how Shell is destroying the environment, destroying the climate, and destroying the lives of people. So that is where conversations around doing things ethically, right? Conversations around bribery, conversations around corruption, and those kinds of things. Conversations around how what you and I do as an organization should not destroy the lives of people. Right? So you can see on the chapter, it also speaks on the chapter 2 about managing a socially responsible business. So some of you, you're young, and some of you, you're old. I think all of us are in the same place. Because if you go for an interview and they ask you, for example, what are the key things an organization needs to do to ensure that it is socially responsible? I don't know if can somebody give me some thoughts. They need to have an anti-bribery. You know, there is an ISO standard. And please, I just want you guys to type in the chat room for me. Please, I beg of you. I need to know that you're here. There is an ISO standard called ISO 37001, which is like an it's not like, it is an anti-bribery management system that an organization has built its business in such a way that bribery and corruption either does not exist or has been brought to the barest minimum. Right? So it's either bribery and corruption does not exist or has been brought to the barest minimum. Okay? So you can ask WhatsApp. You can ask WhatsApp that what does an organization needs to do to ensure that it's aligned to ISO 37001. Edith, I think you underestimate 15, 16-year-olds. 15, 16-year-olds, they're brilliant. They can go on Instagram and order for anything. My son is an example. They can research things, right? It's just a challenge that you have when you're 15 or 16 is that your interest, you know, at that time you're young, you don't have bills, so your interest is in all sorts of places. But can a 16-year-old understand this? Absolutely, without a doubt, right? So ISO 37001, very important that organizations should not have anti-bribery. There's also something called ISO 37002. Please, I'm hoping I can get the minutes. And I know you can use OTA to give me minutes, but you should be capturing some of these things as a person. There's something called the whistleblowing system, right? It's whistleblowing management system. And organizations should have something around whistleblowing. Now, if the organization in itself is involved with regards to illegal things, and other employees are also involved with things that are anti-organizational policies and values, people should be able to report it either anonymously or otherwise. So that's very important, right? What are the key things? Everybody go into go into your WhatsApp AI. How can a normal company, you can put your company, an insurance company, a bank, you can put, how can a training school ensure that they are running a socially responsible business? Also, ethics is important. You and I, and these are the kinds of conversations they expect you to have. This sometimes is why some people that have gone to some schools in the US, they will come back and then they seem smarter. They're both in year one or year two, but they just seem smarter. It's because of the curriculum. The way that the curriculum has been designed is different, and it gives you a lot of breadth in itself. Another thing that you can see here is customer satisfaction and quality. That, you know, if you're running an organization, and I spoke about this earlier, you know, and it's not difficult to understand what customer satisfaction is and the quality of your products and services. You and I understand that. We understand even at home, the things that we do that make our spouses, children, parents, that make them happy, that they're satisfied, they're delighted. They told you to clean the room, and you cleaned the room in such a way that they're like, whoa, like, who did this? Who did you call to help you? So your parents, your wife, yesterday was Valentine's Day. Some people were overly satisfied. I can imagine that if they got a great gift, not sure about my wife because I'm not around, but hey, yeah. Some people, you know, they were expecting a box of chocolates, and then they got chocolates, got biscuits, got flowers, and all sorts of other things. They're like, hey, my expectation was small. This has gone beyond my expectation, right? You now understand the quality of products and services. We know that. We know when we've cooked the kind of food that everybody's going to be interested in. We know when we're making that thing we're making, it can be cake, it can be clothes, we can be, because we've paid attention to detail, like, you know, that this thing is great. You know what that is. So these are all things that we are going to be dealing with under this business. So we have broken the work over the next 18 months, over 3 semesters, and we're starting from the very beginning. Change is constant. You know, what's that saying? And once again, people say that, oh, um, what's the thing people say about change, right? They say that, oh, people don't like change. Yes. I say it's a lie. People like change. They just like the change that they perceive and believe that is a good change for them. Have you ever seen anybody who's living in the slums or anybody who's living even in a normal home and you tell them that let's go and stay at the Marriott for an entire month? And the people will say, no, we don't like the Marriott. Ha ha ha. It's not true, right? People like change. They just like the change that they perceive that is advantageous to them. People like change, right? And change is constant. They guaranteed change. The economy is going to change. People are going to change. The environment is going to change. Technology is definitely changing, right? I was telling one of my team members, Ayokunle, that I saw somebody do something with a platform called LM Studio. If you're somebody who's IT interested on the call, you can open some of the LM Studio, like a large language type personal one that you can pretty much build your own chat GPT using that platform. So change is guaranteed, change is constant. And some organizations like Kodak and Motorola and many other organizations, what's the name of the one? What's BlackBerry, right? So everybody, maybe one day when we start to have discussions and have a case study, somebody will look at the case study for why did BlackBerry disappear? Why did BlackBerry disappear? Why did Nokia, a great organization that was ruling in a certain space, why did their market share significantly reduce? After all, in a country like Nigeria, it was Nokia that was the order of the day. But how many people have you seen that they're carrying Nokia around? Kodak was number one when it comes to all sorts of things, pictures and cameras and all that. But they did not go with change. So change is important. Change is important. My son is about to leave secondary school. He needs to prepare for change. He needs to realize that this is not WAEC. He needs to rewind his own brain that this is a different life entirely. We're going to do something on entrepreneurship. Should everybody be an entrepreneur? Don't think so, especially if it's in Africa, right? But if you've decided that you're going to be an entrepreneur, how can you ensure that you're successful? That's important. Also, the world has been flattened. There's that book that, what's the name of that man? Thomas Friedman, that the world is flat. Everybody go and look at it, and maybe you'll find a summary of it on YouTube that says that the world is flat, okay? Because right now, you can be seated in Accra, you can even be seated in Kumasi, and you can get a global role that allows you to work for an American company. The people like that. You might be seated in somewhere in Mombasa, and then the company you're working for, you've never seen them, they've never seen you. They will ship a laptop to you, and you'll be working for them remotely. The world is significantly different. The world is significantly different. It's a global business economy. You can create a product in Cameroon, in Yaoundé, or one of those places, and people are not buying because there's a global alternative that is better and cheaper. If you go to, what's the name of that place? AliExpress, and look at the number of people from your country, from your town, that are buying directly from AliExpress. Now, there are other retail type platforms in your country, in your state, in your region, and people are not buying from them, and people are buying from the one that is seated in China, because the competition is global. If your website is clunky, it's not smooth, it's not great, somebody is going to go onto AliExpress and buy, and they're still going to ship it to their homes anyways. So it's a global business economy, and all of us need to realize that, and we have to take that into consideration. So once again, this is a great book. I don't want to have to read all this to you, but these are all themes. We haven't even really started with chapter 1, but these are all things. Now, this is the beginning of the book. You land in the US tomorrow. Everybody's excited. You go to school, you get your registration done. The first thing you do, you go into class, and then what? The lecturer, like myself, will come in, and this can be the beginning of the slide. It starts to say how the businesses and not-for-profit organizations help create our standard of living. You know, in Africa, we're not big on not-for-profit organizations, NGOs or NFPOs. We're not good. We're not great when it comes to this, because we're people who are deprived deprived of all sorts of things. We're deprived of various things. So we only think about profit. But the US is big when it comes to NGO. Advanced countries start to move from being able to feed themselves to even help others. And that's why it's always a shame, right? In Africa, that you will see there will be some global thing, and a lot of the presidents will then go in there asking for help. How can people who are blessed with the human and natural resources be the poorest? You know, I was having a conversation with somebody this week, and we're talking about electricity. Even when Edith started this class, she was talking about, oh, do you have electricity? And that sounds strange. How can Nigeria, can anybody check for me? Nigeria is number what when it comes to oil production in the world? Natural resource oil production, number what? Nigeria is what? Can anybody check? Nigeria oil production ranking. Now, how can number 5 or number 6 or number 7 country in the world, we're talking about the world, right? Number 16 is what they said. Doing about what? 37 in our reserves. Sometimes you're not even sure what is correct or what is not correct, right? Maybe we're number 16. I doubt we're number 16. I think Nigeria is what? Number what? Oil production. Right? I don't know. Somebody will say we're 6. Maybe, I don't know. What are we in Africa? What are we in Africa? Oil production ranking in Africa. In Africa, do you know who is number 1 in Africa? Anybody, do you know? Do you know? Nigeria, thank you very much. Nigeria is number 1. We're number 1. Can you imagine? Right? We're number 1 in Africa. And it's that same Nigeria that Edith was saying, with a show of hands, tell us if you have electricity. How can number 1 not have electricity? How can in February of 2025, like, what is what are we going to look for if we talk about the amount of electricity that is available per time in Nigeria? How can number 1 in natural oil that is sold in dollars, how can that number 1 not have electricity? So you can see that we have some serious problems in Africa, especially in a place like Nigeria. And we can just hope that there will be a new Nigeria indeed, right? Yeah, so in Africa, Nigeria, Angola, can you imagine? Look at us in Africa. And all these countries, everybody in Ghana, some of my colleagues that are here in Ghana, our company is one leg in Nigeria, one leg in Ghana, right? Some of them that are here, the concept of not having electricity consistently is a very strange concept. In fact, when I started going to Ghana about 15 years ago, this problem didn't exist. After a while, they now started having, what's that thing? Dumso. Who's Ghanaian that is on the call? Please respond to me in the chat room, where they were now having some electricity challenges. But as of today, they've resolved a lot of those electricity challenges. But Nigeria, that's still a problem. So can the government do it? I'm not sure. Can private sector on their own do it? Possibly not. Possibly that won't work as it is. So once again, there are organizations that make profit. There are organizations that are not for profit. This class, I'm going to teach over the next, between now and the end of May, I think I'm taking 3 or 4 sessions. If I had to charge Transformation College for those 3 or 4 sessions, the total amount of money that is collected from, what's that thing called? From registration multiplied by 4 or 5 will not pay me for those 4 sessions. It would not be enough. So we're an NGO. But we have some other businesses that we do where we make a profit. All right. But if you call it a business, then you need to make a profit. And I think I've flogged that. Right. You also have to understand, are you very product based? I don't know whether the product will now be physical or digital, right? Or are you service based? So here you can see it as goods versus services. Are you physical product or your service, right? But you know, product now is not just physical. If you go to a payment platform, right, or you're using M-Pesa, right, it's a service that created a product. Okay, because that product is working everywhere. Some people are probably maintaining some things relative to it in the background, but it's a product. So for some of you that are here, what age, let me ask a question for everybody. What age are most founders for fintechs and those kinds of things? Are they between ages, let's pick a range of 2 globally? Most fintechs, the founders, are they between the ages 16 and 30 or between 30 and 45? Everybody. Most fintechs, and you know, these days is more than just right? It's more than just fintechs. Am I right? There is edutech. There's a fintech. There are fintechs. There's edutech. There is insurtech. There is agri-tech. There is climate tech. There are all sorts of tech things. Where do most founders fall? Is it between? Let's reduce it, right? Right? Let's think about it. So definitely between 16 and 30. Thank you very much for that, Fisher. Definitely. So that means being a founder or creating a great startup has got nothing to do with life experience. Do you understand what I'm saying? Most of the people who have life experience, thank you very much, Jeremiah. Most of the people who have life experience cannot create successful startups. You can go online and check where are the most successful startups. What is the age by which the founder started it? So sometimes that age is actually not an advantage. That means if you're on this call, I don't know if Iyanu is here. That means if we're talking about a startup, right? Iyanu has a higher possibility of creating a successful startup than I do. Because I'm kind of stuck in my ways. I'm used to traditional ways of doing things. Maybe if Iyanu was going to run Transformation College, maybe he's going to do it completely differently. Maybe he's going to do it like Khan Academy. Maybe that's the way you will look at it. So you have to understand that age is not necessarily a huge advantage. Most founders for startups, they do it when they're young. And I think we can create successful startups. I hope one day I'll be very much involved with the startup community maybe as some kind of advisor or whatever that role is, even if I can't create my own startup, so to speak, right? Maybe if I had some 18-year-old inside of Transformation College, the way that young person is going to conceptualize the whole of Transformation College might be completely different from how the likes of Edith and myself, who are not within that 16 to 30 bracket, the way we will see it and the way we will look at it. Okay, so a business needs to be profitable. A business needs to have products that you have patronage. Customers want what it is that you're producing. Sometimes people forget that. They create something that nobody's really looking for that thing. Nobody really wants it. Nobody really needs it. So the thing in itself, the people have created something, but that thing has no commercial value. It is the difference between invention and innovation. Somebody can put that in me, right? Maybe you should go on to Google. Somebody please help me. Facial, help me. Go on to Google, put in invention versus innovation, then click on images and then put the most appropriate image that draws the difference and the similarities and the difference between when you're inventing versus when you're innovating. One of the key things that people talk about when it comes to innovation is the commercialization of your invention. The commercialization of your invention. If you have stuff, you've created products, you created a website, you've made clothes, you've done makeup, you've created perfume oil, whatever that thing is, and nobody wants it. Nobody needs it. Nobody is willing to pay for it. Then you're an inventor, not necessarily an innovator. Because there must be the eventual commercialization of whatever it is that you're doing. And businesses are the soul of the world. This world will not exist. I will not have a computer. I will not have a telephone. You will not be here. There will be no internet connection if there are no businesses. So you have to have businesses. You cannot run your business just tied to, somebody is going to give you aid. When I was starting Transformation College, I kind of knew that if nobody brings money to me early enough, I'll have to fund it. I'll have to pay Edith. I'll have to pay Boma. I'll have to run it with my own money. I kind of knew that. I couldn't wait for somebody to bring me money. So I had to do it because it was the right time for me to do it. So businesses are a critical portion of the economy. Businesses are the heart of the economy in itself. So you as a person, your son, your daughter, being able to run a successful business is not a nice to have. It's a must have. It's a must have as it is. Let me move on very quickly. So everybody, this is important. And I mentioned this earlier and I'm saying it to you again. What is the difference between growth and scaling? I used to think they were the same. Even I used to think a business can grow, but can it scale? And this, even big experts, CEOs and MDs, they're not even certain around this. They're not even certain. And trust me, a 16-year-old can know this, Edith. Trust me. All right? And I have a graph somewhere. Everybody, this is the graph. Because when you're growing, you need investment. Of course, hopefully the investments will reduce or decrease over time. And your cost will also hopefully be gradually be decreasing as your revenues are growing. This is traditional companies, growth. And I really wish you would understand this. I wish you as a person, you will understand this. But and so startups are the ones that want to scale. They want an initial investment from the investor. their cost will keep significantly will move from little and have very slow growth, but their revenues will grow astronomically. So what is the difference? Look at with growing companies, right? As their revenues are increasing, their cost is also increasing. But with companies that are scaling, their revenues are increasing, but their cost is barely growing. And this is why the entire startup community, startup craze, this is where it's coming from. Investors are not looking to help you grow. Startup investors, startup angels, those people, they're not interested in your growth. They're not interested in the likes of training nights. I don't know if Miwa is back. They're not interested in companies that as their revenues will grow, their cost is also growing. Investors are not interested in that. Investors are only interested in the kinds of companies whereby their revenues will grow and their costs will have marginal, almost negligible growth. This is startup to my right. This is traditional business to my left. And this is important. Okay. So I mean, as I said, please note a lot of these things. Companies need to worry about the quality of life, and that's why you see in Europe and in some of the places in North America, they talk about that thing called work-life balance. You know, there is the document that my HR is exploring right now. Everybody is exploring the what's that thing? Okay. What's that thing? It's called Great Place to Work. Everybody, you can check what are the top criteria for a great place to work. A great place to work. So if you're trying to run a great business, there's a lot you need to know. There's a lot you need to worry about. There's a lot that you need to be concerned about. So that's why it's talking about what's that thing? It's talking about quality of life. Because you're not meant to treat everybody. I mean, once again, go and check out. Even if somebody has a slide, a picture of criteria for top 10 criteria for a great place to work, put it in the chat room. Top 10 criteria for a great place to work. Because the quality of life here is talking about the quality of life of your employees. But people don't understand that. So you know that people really don't have a plan to grow their business. A great place. So even if you're a small business owner, do you have any of those things? Please help me. A great place to work criteria. Is your organization helping? Right? And that is why even amongst the SDG goals, right? There's one of them that also speaks about something similar. Right? There's one of them that also speaks about something that is similar. It talks about what? What's that number again? It talks about, yes, decent work, exactly. Goal 8. So, and decent work is the job of both government and private institutions. But is your organization criteria for a decent place to work will be another way to look at it. The criteria that makes for a decent place to work. Risk is also important. Is your organization do you do formal risk management? Risk means that you're thinking about things ahead of time and how do you address them so that those threatening things, those negative things, they do not materialize. Did you hear that? Those negative things, those threatening things, they do not materialize. The risks to your business. Talked about revenue, you've talked about cost. Some people will make $10 and in revenue and their cost will be $10. They're not running a business. They're not running a business. They're not running the business. Ideally, your business should ordinarily Ordinarily, because your tax requirements as a business will typically be between 1 to maybe 15%. Everything that is tied to tax as a company, all your regulatory fees and all that. So that means ideally, a business should ordinarily be making between 15 to 25 or between 15 to 30% in profit. Ordinarily. And that means you need very strong accounting to get this right. You need very strong accounting. But because Transformation College is an NGO, just like NGOs, we're not making a profit. We can't calculate profit. We put funds in the organization and they use it judiciously. They organize classes like this, pretty much. But there are still costs in there. So the only thing is that we tell them, do not incur more costs than the donations we give to the organization, which is revenue, because they don't have any way to make revenue apart from donation. So it's just the cost. So if I give them, for example, 1 million in the month, they need to ensure that their rent, their salaries, all the things that they do, the marketing, everything that they do does not go past the revenue that I've given to them, because they're not a revenue earning organization. Okay, so the concepts of revenue, the concepts of cost, the concept of profit, these are all key things that you need to understand if you're in this class. And I think I've explained them to an extent as it is. Your organization, if you go back to some of the slides, your organization needs to be able to use your resources intelligently. You need to make a profit, otherwise you make a loss. You need to make a profit, otherwise you make a loss. Right? You need to make a profit. And that's why something like SDGs. So your business, everybody, if you help me put the picture of SDG goals in the chat room, is your business tied to the reduction of poverty? Is your business tied to health? Is your business tied to food, health, education, inequality, gender inequality, and all those kinds of things? So and even if you're not an NGO, you should be a socially responsible business. A business that gives donation, a business that supports less privileged, a business that supports public schools, whatever that thing is. Okay, everybody, let's talk about factors of production. This is important, especially as it ties to factors of production, especially as it ties to economics. Some people say there are 4 factors of production. Some people say there are 5. That number 5, is 5 knowledge or is 5 technology? Or should we start to say the 6 factors of production? All right? Does your business, and which of these factors does your organization have in excess? And which of these ones does your organization lack? Land, everything that's got to do with office, facilities, those kinds of things. Okay? Rent, the physical things you need. Human resource, labor. Do you have great HR? Are your people skilled? Are they knowledgeable? Are they value added? Capital, right? Right? And there, we also talk about money. You have capital to get the right people, to get the land, to also buy machinery. That's important. And then, do you have leadership? Which is where entrepreneurship will come in. You have leadership. You really have people that know what it is that they're doing. People who understand how to grow and how to scale. People who understand how to grow and how to scale. Scale is the best. How can you scale? Create one product, put the product up and get 1 billion people to use it. Scale is ideal. That means your cost is not growing and your user base, your revenue is growing. That's why you and I have to be very product oriented. especially digital products. In modern day, what is the digital product we can build? Right? What is the digital product you and I can build? So maybe we should start calling it the 6 factors of production, because I won't say knowledge and technology are the same. Would you say that? Anybody? Would you say that knowledge and technology that they're the same? Yes, you need knowledge to build and use technology, but I mean, technology in itself is something else. But yeah, these are the factors of production. These are the factors of production, and you should know about them. All right. The business environment, everybody, I told you about this before. The business environment, economic environment, technological environment, natural environment, the business and the environment. Types of business environment. Okay. Okay. Sorry, excuse me. Yes. And so how do these 9 things affect your business? All right. So how is artificial intelligence affecting your work? How is the physical location affecting you? The demographic environment. How is the demographic environment affecting you? Nigeria, as of today, just like in Ghana, the naira to the dollar is very weak, extremely weak. That means, once again, I've used this example in the past. What is the minimum wage in the US? Anybody? The minimum wage in the US. That means that is the wage for somebody who has not gone to school, who's doing what we can consider to be no skilled, low end job. Like you work in a restaurant and you need to serve people, you're age 16, age 17. What is it in the US? Okay, what is it? It's about $7 an hour. So let's make an assumption, everybody. Let's make an assumption that before tax, you earn $7, okay? Or even after tax, right? So let's say you earn $6 and you work for the typical 8 hours a day. That means you earn about $50. And you work for 5 days a week. That means you earn 50 multiplied by 5. That means you earn $250. And if you work for an entire month, that means you earn $1 million. I'm saying $1,000. $1,000. In Nigeria of today, that minimum wage, remember minimum wage is for unskilled, uneducated person. And remember that we've also taken the tax out. That means the person earns $1,000. Typically, they will be staying with their parents because they won't be able to afford many things because of the cost of living. But if we just do a direct translation of $1,000 into Ghana cedis, that will probably give you what? Maybe 5,000-6,000 Ghana cedis, which is the amount of money you will hire an experienced professional. If you turn that into Nigeria, that means that is about 1.6 million. That's the amount of money you would even hire an executive. Do you agree? That means this is even beyond just a professional. You will even hire an executive for 1.6 million. So sometimes the physical environment dictates the economic environment and dictates many other things. So the point here is that the environment, however you want to break the environment, classify the environment, judge the environment, significantly affects your business. If you're running your business in a country whereby you can't get access to legal services, you can't get access to anything, no water, no electricity, the roads are poor, the government does not provide any kind of accommodation, It doesn't mean you can't run your business there. It just means that you're going to be very smart. You're going to need to be extremely smart. You're going to need to be smarter than the normal human being. And because Africa, typically, most countries around Africa are characterized by some of these things. So what does an entrepreneur? That's why the course is entrepreneurship and business management. As an entrepreneur, you have to learn to be able to, you have to learn to overcome each of these challenges, because some of them present themselves as a challenge. Because also within the challenge is also the opportunity. There is an opportunity in the educational sector. There is an opportunity in the health sector. There is an opportunity in every sector. So it depends on how you look at it, how full or how empty as it is. Let me move on very quickly. Everybody that is here, you need to understand the government. When I was younger, I didn't think I had any business with the government. It doesn't matter what the government says. I can go to bed. I will still be successful. But now I'm older. I realize that the government guides everything that is here. They write the regulations, the bills, all those things that matter. It's the government. So I have to realize that working with the government is a big deal, and being certain that the government can do the right thing, so to speak. And then as an entrepreneur, to also find out how I can circumvent some of the issues and the challenges to still ensure that I run a successful business. So government is very important. The government has all sorts of bills. Today it is something on importation. Tomorrow it is something on freedom of information. Today after it's something on it could be all sorts. From something on privacy and data protection. So because some of these bills from the government, they represent an opportunity for you. And some of them represent a threat. Remember, everybody, please write this down. A risk can either be a threat, which is negative, or risk can also be an opportunity. Half empty, half full, right? So some people, the way they look at things, the way they perceive things, the way they approach things, they always see the opportunity. I'm a bit like that. While some other people, everything that they see it as a threat. Okay? So some people are very negative, while some people are usually very positive. That there's always an opportunity in here. I move on very quickly. We've talked about economy, demographic. I mean, when we talk about social, what does that mean? So once again, this is it. So ordinarily, if I was going to give an assignment here today, this will be the assignment, that everybody should go look at the implications of all these 9 environmental factors on a small business, a small manufacturing business. That will be an assignment. Draw a table in Microsoft Word, put the heading as the implication of the business environment on the manufacturing environment in a certain country. List these 9, list them to the left, all right, as the row headers, and now start to describe how each of this they affect a manufacturing business in Kenya or in Ghana or in Nigeria. It's a beautiful assignment for people to do. The impact, because I mean, in modern day, once again, you've got ChatGPT, right? So it can guide you, but you still have to apply some real thinking towards ChatGPT. I can talk about technology forever. You should join our AI classes. You should join our Microsoft Office class. You should join all those classes so that we don't, at some point in time, we're still going to teach ERPs on the call. So please, if there's one thing you can do for us, give us testimonials and tell others what we're doing. Because we have less than 30 people. Ideally, I'll be happier if we had 300 people. Our reach needs to be wider, right? Because even when we put this on YouTube, does not mean that people are going to look for it, except they see this mistakenly. The other thing, everybody, and I think you cannot be productive in modern age without technology. It is impossible. In modern day, you need technology. Look at me now. If this was going to be a physical class, I'm not in Nigeria. I wouldn't have been able to take the class. A lot of you, you're also in different locations. So the only reason why you and I are able to sit on this call is because of the availability of technology. So our productivity is tied to how well we can use technology. Please help me write this somewhere. Any modern business that is going to be very productive will need to be an excellent user of information technology in the business, in the organization that is going to be productive. Need to be an excellent user of information technology solution, especially like an ERP, especially like an ERP. That's important. Good, 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 good. Economics. So who are those who know economics here? What is economics about? What is economics about? Macro and micro. Economics is a broad field, right? For a long time, I also didn't think this was my business. I didn't think it was useful or necessary for me to understand economic systems, to understand how the economy of Nigeria runs, how the economy of Ghana runs. I didn't think it was my business. But the older I got, the more involved the business and the wider my business got. I started learning about that the economics is key. There's a reason why in every MBA program, somebody can do a check for me. Why is it that every MBA program, including Harvard, right, that all of them will have economics in the curriculum? You can check for me. Oxford MBA, Cambridge MBA, Harvard MBA. Why is it that all of them must compulsorily have something for economics? Then I started, the older I got, and now I understood it that, wow, the economy of a country is a limiting factor to how well you can grow. If you don't understand the economics of a particular location or of the world generally, it affects your growth. Look at all of you today when I told you about the American GDP is multiplied by 10, the GDP of the whole of Africa. A lot of people didn't know that. That's economics. That's economics. That even the laws of the land will only be tied to the kind of economic systems that are being run. So if you look at a slide like this, everybody, look at capitalist societies versus socialist societies. You think you can you can use the same rules of entrepreneurship in each of those societies or in each of those countries based on the economic systems? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. If you go and open your business in a socialist environment like North Korea, you're limited. That's why people will say that places like the United States is, what's that thing? The land of what? Of opportunities or something along those lines. That's why people say that. Because in those economies, you will see that, they allow capitalism, they allow entrepreneurship, they allow you to grow. That's why America is still number one when it comes to these things. That is why Trump is telling you that, see, America first. Come in and use your intelligence. We have a lot of opportunities. We're a free market. We're a capitalist society. Your wisdom, your knowledge, your grit, your hard work will pay off. Is it all positive for capitalism? No. But socialism is on the other end. That, you can even make money and the government will say that 50 or 60% of the money that you have made belongs to them. Because for them, you making money, the majority of the profit from that thing should go to the people around you. So you have all sorts of economic systems. Now, how are you going to build a global business if you don't understand things like this? If you don't understand it, look at it. Some of them are what? Democratic socialists. That means they have a mix and match. And that's why you also have the countries there. So economic systems are very important. You need to understand economics, you need to understand economic systems. You will see socialist agenda, capitalist agenda, communism. In a communist environment, no private ownership. Everything, the government is driving everything. So, but you find that there's hardly any country that is not mixing and matching. So Nigeria and Ghana, what are we, everybody? In the chat room. What are we? Are we capitalists in Ghana and Nigeria and Kenya? Are we socialists? Are we somewhere in the middle, democratic socialists? Okay, what are we? In Nigeria and in Ghana, are we fully capitalist? Are we socialist? Are we somewhere in the middle? I definitely think Nigeria is very much a capitalist environment. I think so. Another assignment will then be, what are the advantages and the disadvantages of each of this? What's the advantage and the disadvantage of socialism? The advantage and the disadvantage of capitalism and democratic socialism. What is the advantage and the disadvantage? So once again, what's the applicability of this? I have startups that are in Nigeria that are in 20-something countries. You have a bank like UBA. Yesterday in Nairobi, I went to Access Bank to open an account. That means some people within those organizations that are expanding globally, Access Bank, I think, is the only bank in Nigeria that has a branch in South Africa. That means each of those entities, they really understand how this thing plays, because we're talking about the global stage. They understand what applies in each country, and they understand how the businesses can be affected, how to maneuver so that they can be successful. Okay. So here, so apart from these ones, we also have this as types of economic system. So this is also a type of economic system. Okay, traditional. The market determines everything. Command is the one that is from the government. So market is like is pretty much capitalist. Traditional is not very applicable any longer. Socialist, I'm sorry, communist is when it's completely driven by the government. And then you have mix and match in different places. Government versus market only, full capitalists, and the ones that are in the middle. That means this page that I'm showing to you, market, mix, and command, can also be aligned to these three: market, mix, and market mix and what's this? Market mix and command. Yes, market mix and command. Market mix and command can also be aligned here. Okay. Market, capitalist, mixed, like socialist, and then command, which is like communist. So on this page, we can also mix it with the things on that page. Why are we doing this? Because if you don't know the why, then what's that thing to say? If you don't know the reason for something, then abuse is inevitable. It's because you're expected to understand economic system in the country where you live, in the country where you might migrate to, in the country where you plan to do business. I was telling somebody about, I said Nigeria and even Ghana, the good things about those places. In front of your house, you can open a shop. Just put a, like, what's that thing called? Like an umbrella, and you can start to sell. When the government people come to say, do you have permits to sell here? You say, my good friend, sit down. Are you not tired of walking around the street? Please take water and biscuits. And in the evening, you pack everything and go back into the house. So, I mean, there are all sorts of things you can do. I can just imagine if I was living in England and I try that, I'll just end up in jail that night. I'll just end up in jail. So it's important for you to know the economic systems that permeate and operate where you are, so that you know what to do as a business person. Right? You know what to do. If you're in a socialist environment or in a communist environment, you should know, because you have limitations. So that's why you see capitalism here, you see communism here, communism, total government. And then you can see socialists, mix and match. So if you come back to this slide, for example, this democratic social is like the socialist environment, it's like full socialist. Okay, so communism, socialism, the three of them, capitalism, communism, socialism, and when you have all sorts of mixture. And that's why this slide is important, everybody, right? Because this capitalist is on towards my extreme left, socialist is in the middle, and then communist is to the other end, which is like what this is saying. Yes, this one. These are the three main forms. There are all sorts of other naming conventions, but if I was going to tell you the three main forms, it is this: completely government, the one that allows entrepreneurs to thrive, and the one that is in the middle, here and there. So for some people, when you go to university, you're going to read about, I mean, later even on this, you're going to read about Karl Marx and all those people who are proponents of all these things. They're the people who wrote about these things, who analyzed it, who put the government into each of these buckets. And how is this working? Okay. The other thing here, everybody, and anybody tell me the difference between economics is a big deal. Economics is a big deal, covers many things. So you can see that this curriculum is different from if we're using like a Nigerian or Ghanaian curriculum. It's very international. It's extremely international. And that's why I was saying to somebody that, I mean, that we've upgraded. It was during the graduation. I said, are you ready for level 2? Level 2 means that you're moving further, you're moving higher. We've updated the curriculum. Our curriculum is global now, completely global. Completely global. And so here it tells us many things come together when you're talking about economics. One of the, if you want to be, one of the areas where they pay me people the most in this world is something called chartered financial analyst. Can somebody help me look at it? How much do they pay CFAs? When you say you're a chartered financial analyst, if you look at that curriculum for a chartered financial analyst, it's primarily broken into two things. And if you're young here, and you have interest in accounting and you have interest in economics, I'll tell you that you should try to become a CFA. Everybody, did you hear that? You should look to become a chartered financial, or is this chartered or certified? CFA, right? Financial analyst. That would be beautiful. You will be able to make a lot of money in this your lifetime. But I can tell you that CFA, really, half of it is economics, chartered financial analyst. Now, half of that curriculum is economics. If you're strong when it comes to these things, you've already built the background to be able to become a chartered financial analyst. Maybe somebody can do a check for me. How many CFAs do we have in Nigeria versus how many CFAs in Ghana? Please help me. Because that is the CFA is like the height of finance. But while it's called finance, I can tell you that the majority of it is under economics. How many CFAs in Ghana compared to CFAs in Nigeria, right? Okay, somebody said CFAs can earn 3 million. I mean, being a CFA is a big deal. Being a CFA is a big deal. It's a big deal. In this my lifetime, I wish I would just be able to successfully go through the CFA training for level 1. I'm not even trying to do more than that in this my lifetime. I wish I can successfully go through CFA level 1. And I know that, and that's why you need to have clear plans for this your life, because I know that where I want to get to in life, I need a lot of that CFA knowledge. Otherwise, I will not get there. I don't need to pass the exam, but I need the knowledge that and the application of that. See, I was still looking at it this week. I always look at it like, how can I ever have the time to even learn the details of these things? CFA level 1. I wish I knew that. I wish I knew everything. I'm not even trying to do more than that. Just in this my lifetime, let me just know. I don't even have to pass an exam. Somebody put the curriculum for CFA level 1 in the chat room. In this my lifetime, let me just know everything that is inside of there and its applicability. I'm going to end up on the boards of a lot of organizations. Level 1, I'm not trying to do 2 or 3. That's for advanced. I don't want to do that. That's too much. I just want in this my lifetime to have expertise, not just knowledge, but skills with regard to CFA level 1. I'm going to end up on the boards of a lot of organizations. Companies are going to be recommending me for their boards if I was an expert with level 1. I promise you. So economics contains a lot of things. So that's why here from the material, it says economics as a circular flow. Many things are within it. CFA level 1, I will end up on the boards of companies. I'm telling you. So how many in Ghana, right? It said Nigeria had over 2,000. Most of them would have relocated. I don't even believe this figure though. We don't have 2,000. I don't believe the figure. I know that Ghana is way less, but Nigeria, I don't believe that 2,000 people have passed CFA exam. Well, maybe from inception. Well, maybe. Okay, no, you can see this is talking about CFA Society Nigeria. No. I'm talking about the international. Okay, well, CFA then formed the society. I doubt. But yes, from inception, it's possible. So look at it. The whole of Ghana has maybe 55 people. If I knew the things in CFA, level 1, my revenue, my influence, my everything will significantly jump up. Level 1, I don't want to go past that. I have no desire to know beyond level 1. If I know that level 1, companies will be fighting for me to be on their board. Because that means I can advise them adequately with regards to everything on level 1 CFA. I'm not talking about level 2 or level 3. Now it's beyond, I don't have the time or the interest in anything. All right, everybody. So once again, when we get the chance, we look at Africa. Who are we, where are we, why are we where we are, what can be done? You know, every time I watch everybody, that's why you should watch, what's that thing called? Arise. Rotus Odiri, that guy on Arise. And on most television stations, he does economic analysis. Every television station typically has somebody like that. Imagine, you know, when you're listening to Rotus Odiri or anybody that is on TV doing economic analysis, talking about the stock market, talking about the GDP, talking about all those things. That's what that guy Rotus Odiri, that's what he does. He brings many things together from an economics perspective. The income per capita, the GDP per capita. If here you don't understand what GDP is, the total earnings for a country, how are you going to end up on the board? You know that there's somebody I was looking at on LinkedIn. The lady is on about 5 or 6 different boards. She's 32 or 33. But imagine that these things that we're talking about, she learned it at age 16. So while she's 32, she's people started working at age 22, right? So at 32, they already have 10 years of solid international experience with the application of everything that you and I are talking about. So you will now see a 30-something-year-old person. They said, oh, we put the person on the board of this. We put the person, it's because at age 16, they already started absorbing this kind of information. So when people will say that, oh, will the country go into a recession or not? What are the business cycles in the country? What is happening with our currency? What is leading to inflation? Everybody on this call, this text that you and I are looking at is for this chapter is day one in the university in the United States. For anybody that is in business major, this text is for 16, 17-year-olds. That's what they're talking about, full employment. I wanted to take you to this slide because this is very important. I'll come back to some of these things. Monetary policy, fiscal policy, right? Look at this, yeah. So because if you say you're a business major or someone like myself that has got all sorts of MBAs and I cannot articulate properly to an audience what these things mean and how they affect my business. Remember that this is about applicability. How does the macroeconomic conditions in Africa affect my business? How does the microeconomic conditions affect my business? What is the advantage that I have? What is the disadvantage that I have as a business in Nigeria, in Ghana? So the microeconomic factors that affect me, the earning capacity of people. But you will see that in reality, the macro, which is the countrywide one, automatically affects the micro. If people are hungry, they're not going to be able to afford internet. That's why I was saying that I wish we had donors and sponsors to help us. Because some people want to be here, but they don't have a computer. Some people want to be here, but they don't have money for internet. Some people want to be here, but they don't have a phone. So automatically, this thing that we do in Transformation College is only for a certain kind of, certain types of people. It's not for the 17-year-old that is in the village somewhere that has finished WAEC or one of those things, but has no access to a phone, no access to computer, no access to internet, and no access to electricity. The person can't work here. It can't benefit from this. So this clear understanding of what is macro and what is micro is important. What are the factors that affect you locally? The price of goods, right? The labor market, the balance between the people that are going to the university versus the people, versus the roles that require university or otherwise. So this is just introduction today. There's still many things that we're going to do during this entire course that is going to drill down, but there's got to be assignments between now and next week. This is a school, it's a real school, it's not make-believe. That's why we had to do the physical graduation, because people think that this is not a school, it's a real school. It's a real school, right? An accredited one for that matter. Okay, so Africa affects you, the entire country affects you. Okay, here you see something here that talks about what are the types of inflation and where does inflation come from? What is causing unemployment? These are core economic issues. Some of you are here, you're praying that they will just come and pick you and then put you as an ambassador. Or they'll come, they'll pick you, and then they'll take you and make you a commissioner or a minister in charge of one important thing or the other. But you go for an interview and you don't even understand what is causing inflation in Ghana. Why? You can't speak intelligently about the purchasing power of the average person. Why is our purchasing power in Africa? Why is it low? The value of what money can buy. How is it that in Africa, our teachers and doctors are paid poorly? Once again, what is causing unemployment, and what are the three types of unemployment, or four types, I dare say, according to this material? It talks about frictional unemployment, right? It talks about structural unemployment, cyclical unemployment, and finally, seasonal unemployment. And that's why I didn't really want to overly summarize this, because I picked this directly from the material. I just did a snippet of the thing, because this is the curriculum. I didn't create the curriculum. I didn't write it. It's the direct curriculum. Right. Pretty much. I mean, here is, hold on. So pretty much, what is the concept of competition? Okay, so this is where I've got into, yeah, economics. So you and I, we need strong economics background. Some of you you're going up, you're going further. Some of you are going to be global. Some of you are going to run global businesses. Some of you are going to work for the government. Some of you are going to be ambassadors of all sorts. You're going to be seated at big tables, round tables in different places, where some of these things are going to come up. So you better start getting ready for that future. That's very important. All of us need to get ready for the future. And that future is not very far-fetched. It's pretty much like tomorrow. That future is not very far-fetched. I looked for this, the principles of economics, that these are the things you and I need to know. What kind of trade-offs do people have? People will trade buying what? Expensive clothes if they're struggling to eat. Am I right? People will trade moving to the outskirts of town, and then they will be in accommodations for, they'll be in transportation for 2 or 3 hours, because the transportation is a daily issue they need to deal with, but they need enough money to be able to rent. And in Africa, most places you rent it for you pay for a whole year. I mean, Nairobi now, the people are not paying for a year, they pay every month for their accommodation. Every month. But in Nigeria, you pay for an entire year. In Ghana, you pay for a whole year. So what trade-offs do people make? Which also then talks about the cost of an item and what you and I will sacrifice to get that item. Food, health versus education. Nobody is going to worry about education. They're going to worry about a place to sleep, food, and health. That's why even when it comes to SDGs, health is number 2. Oh, sorry. Food is number 2, health is number 3, education is number 4. Telling you that for most people, feeding and health before food. Absolutely. I dare say accommodation also. Because if they don't have a place to sleep, how are they going to go to school? So that's why I always say that SDG needs to be rearranged for Africa. Okay? How do you maximize your utility? How does the human being respond to incentives? People love incentives. How do you do marketing? You know, if I say on this call that anybody that attends a class on Saturday gets 5,000 naira. Everybody is going to go and call people from all sorts of places that do, then they dash money out on that thing, you join them. Economics also talks about trade. I mean, good business makes everybody better. Good business means that the employees are happier. Means that you're in a position to make sure that your customers are also happy. And then, of course, the conversation around markets and where does the government come in. And then, of course, 8, 9, and 10. These are the 10 principles of economics. These are the 10 principles of economics. These are the 10 principles of economics. And there's an interpretation to a lot of these things. There's an interpretation to a lot of these things. Why do I need to know this? For someone like, if you're a 16-year-old, then you need to know this. You need to take your time. And the answers to all these things are right there in on your phone. It's just that young people sit on TikTok, they don't sit on WhatsApp AI. They're very focused on TikTok. So, if inflation goes up, number 10, well, unemployment, will it rise or will it fall? If inflation goes up, unemployment automatically also goes up, without a doubt. Can you do like the military government? They'll just say that, there's not enough money and they just go and print. What will that do to the economy? They just print. Some of you that you're on this call, you might even become the governor of central bank. You're not going to be able to effectively head and lead a microfinance or a savings and loans or a proper bank without you having an understanding of economics. You have to understand the environment, you have to understand buying power, you have to understand inflation. What is the meaning and the interpretation of a lot of these things? The government makes money from the natural resources. The government makes money from selling the natural resources. The government also collects taxes. And that's why we need governments that are accountable. They're accountable for the things that they do. Right. Pretty much, I'll round up soon. I mean, whatever it is that is left, we'll continue next week. But yeah, pretty much. What is this thing that they call the supply and demand curve? How do we balance supply and demand? Because there's a problem both ways. If you have too much supply and there's no demand, you're in trouble. That happens to a lot of companies. They will produce a lot of things, but they can't sell them. That even happens to us in Training Heights. We produce a lot of things that we can't sell because there's no demand. We do something called certified EC Council. What's that thing called? Certified ethical hacker training. We do it in Training Heights. We do that in Training Heights. Certified ethical hacker training. We pay for it all the time. So they sell us the vouchers, we have supply. But the demand is very low for it in Nigeria and in Ghana because the exam itself is about $500. And then the training is about $300. So everything almost takes you to almost $1,000. And the people who that course applies to, they're the younger junior people. And $1,000 is beyond the amount of money companies are willing to pay. So we have supply, but we don't have demand. The other end is when we have demand. Maybe, for example, 15 companies want, or 20 companies want us to come to do ISO 27001. All of them are calling us. But in our company, we probably have 6 or 7 or 8 people. And those people also do consulting, not just training. That means we'll end up in a position whereby we have a lot of demand, but we're short on supply. So everybody now has to do a balancing act. at the personal level, at the company level, at the state level, region level, county level, country level. That how do you balance supply and demand? How do I balance these two things? If I have more supply than demand, then my prices will fall. If I have more demand than the supply, then I'm going to have to increase prices. And this is what guides or should guide manufacturing in the country. This is what should guide licenses for mining and for everything. This is what should guide government policies. The clear understanding of the demand for certain things in the country versus the supply of those things. How are we going to make? Should we focus on export? Should we focus on import? How do we do this? So you can see that this chapter 1 is very much about economics. Chapter 1 is very much about economics. I would like to stop almost now. As I said, I'll have to stop in another 15, 20 minutes. This is also something, the market structure. Which one operates in your country? Is it perfect competition? Is it monopoly? Sorry, let me even not talk about your country, in your industry. So in the accounting market, for example, where you have big four, okay? So if you look at the banks, for example, the big four in Africa, they have pretty much 100% of bank audit services. So that will be like oligopoly, like monopoly is where only one entity pretty much does that. Perfect competition is what is great. And of course, the other one that is also great will be monopolistic competition. But that's not, I mean, that's common, but I don't want to be in monopolistic competition. So where do you want to be? I don't want to be in contestable markets. I don't mind being in a collusive oligopoly. So if I can analyze a country and then put some companies under each of these categories, Boa Group, Dangote, MTN, Safaricom, Airtel, Shell, Mobile, where do they fall under this? Where am I as an organization? Where do I want to be as an organization? All right, so pretty much that is it. There's a summary at the back here, everybody. As I said, my objective is not to read the slides to you. But you will not do well if during the week you don't look at this at all. Got to spend some time looking at it. What does this mean? Reading it again, reviewing it. What does this mean? Why does it mean this? You know, I mean, we're done with stage 1, which is just, level 1, which is just introduction. Now you're with the big boys. You better really put some focus on this. We'll share the book with you. We'll share the slides with you. We'll share this recording with you. The recording is useful, but I've summarized a lot of things because I know that if I take a break now and I tell people to come back, most people won't even be able to come back. They won't have electricity. Some might not have electricity. My people also have other things to do on the Saturdays. It's difficult. So you're going to have to make up for the time we can spend in the instructor led portion of the class. You're going to have to make up for it with study. But the summary of the learning is beautiful. So it summarizes everything that I've said today properly. Summarizes everything. All right, people, that is it from me today. Can I get Your big learning point as we bring today to a beautiful close. What's the one thing you've taken away from today? Uganda, Rick, thank you very much. Just the pay monthly. Okay. Yes, CFA level 1. That's all I want. I don't even want anything more than that. Just God, just help me. That I know everything that is CFA level 1 and its application to organizations. You know, I keep saying that. Absolutely. Thank you very much, Ogundele, for this. So, everybody, what's your big learning point? We've done a lot today, and I've said a lot. I think I've said enough for one day. Please, what's your big learning point? Everybody, quickly, so that I can allow you go. Everybody has to say something to me. I still have about 20 people that are on the call who have not decided to leave. Thank you very much. We'll share the course outline with you, Emmanuel. Oh, no, not a problem at all. We'll share the material, we'll share the slides, we'll share the course outline, we'll share everything with you. Nothing is a secret. So, Emmanuel, no problem. We'll share everything with you. Right? Anybody? What is your big learning point today? Quickly. I have a lot of people on this call. Tell me, what's your big learning point? Everybody. What did you take away from today? I beg of you. Tell me, share with me, so that we can then go home. What is your big learning point? Aramide, what's your big learning point? Okpayemi, Titi Lokpe, optimism. Abdul, Basid, Ayo, Joshua, Saba Esther, Elizabeth, Lawal Kende, Emmanuel Potentate, Honeysuckle Cakes, Ojo, Kristen, Elizabeth, and Walker. Please tell me, Fisher. Everybody, quick. First finish with level 2, 3, and 4. Then you can consider that. Thereafter, first finish with level 2, 3, and 4. Then you can consider that later. CFA. Did you hear what I said? I said I don't even want to know more than what is required for level 1, and I'll be fine. Right? Well, I'll be fine. No. Agbo Jeremiah, 10%. 10%, not 25. Oh, we wish we were producing 25. We wish we were producing Agbo Jeremiah. It is 10% of what the US GDP. 10, not 25, not even close to 25. We wish we were already on 12 or 15. Abdul Basit, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, business in theory. I mean, that's why I say I'm not a lecturer. I'm not just trying to teach you like the way a university will go through the course outline. My focus is that how can you apply these things? Why should you know these things? How can these things affect your work on Monday? Why do you enter your office on Monday and start to look at things differently and start to say, what are we missing here? What are we missing here? That's very important. Lawal Kende, the concept of the market, absolutely. Where to invest, what business to do, where to divest, where to go away from. Lawal Kende, thank you very much for that. So it's not only even where to invest, but what business to even be involved with. Right. Yes, absolutely. TMT, to both grow and then hopefully scale. How can I grow and scale? Like, these are the kinds of things. Business, there's no success in business that will happen accidentally. It's not going to happen that way. You're not just going to wake up and all of a sudden, your business is going to be successful. You're going to need to take some very precise steps. And you can't take those steps if you don't even know what it is that you're meant to be doing. Said, oh, I mean, the public accountant is accountant. I mean, it's accountant, which is great. I mean, absolutely. This world cannot survive without accountants. So, hey, I think it's an excellent career path. I think so. This world cannot survive without accountants and without economists. Good. Any other person? I want to hear from the others. Optimism. Thank you. Haha, I like that. Optimism. Should be prepared for change. Absolutely. Okay. Yes. Okay. Not nearly what 25%. Absolutely. Yeah, that's it. Exactly 10% of that. Yeah. You and I need to be prepared for change. The world is changing. I'm seated with global experts, and the experts are saying that this artificial intelligence is going to change everything. It's going to disrupt everything. The same way computers, whereby the people who were using typewriters, the same way people who their specialization was how to use calculators, and then everybody moved and then they used computers. The same way Microsoft Office came, the same way personal computers came, artificial intelligence is going to significantly disrupt everything. Absolutely. Thank you, Rick Godwin. Thank you, Rick, right? Appreciate it. Thank you. Any other person, as we bring this to a close, you should all be on the WhatsApp group. All of us have a lot to learn. All of us have, and we also need, we need encouragement. You know, we can even form groups, where study groups, right? We need encouragement. You know, this is a school, and sometimes some people are very weak, some people are very strong. You can form tutorial groups. I mean, so we need encouragement, everybody. People can encourage each other. How do you get this right? You can go back and say, okay, what are the highlights from this class? The textbook that is also going to get, it's got assignments in there. So I was giving some of the assignments from my perspective, right? But the book in itself has got assignments in there. Yeah, thank you, Joshua. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, change is important. Yes, they put the audio on YouTube. It's not a secret. They put it on YouTube. So they'll share the link. Just make sure you're on the WhatsApp group. Just make sure you're on the WhatsApp group, right? And or Telegram group. I think they've moved some of those things to Telegram. Potentate, Emmanuel, I haven't heard from you. Honeysuckle Cakes, I have not heard from you. Both Elizabeth, I have not heard from you. Esther, Saba, or Saba, all right? I have not heard from you. Thank you, Vijay. Yes, absolutely. People don't fight change. They only want to ensure that the change is a change that they think and believe is advantageous to them. Okay, good. That's fine, Emmanuel. They will put the recording on online and they'll share the link with you. There are assignments that are tied to the material in itself. If you don't complete those assignments, you cannot complete these modules. So they will share the book with you. There are assignments you need to do in chapter 1. But the summary in chapter 1 is a brilliant summary. Like if you read nothing at all, you should read the summary in chapter 1. So that's very important. All right. Once again, thank you very much, everyone. Thank you. Thank you very much for your time. I'm sure they will update it. Ogundele, I'm sure they will update it with some of these things. So that's why we're using this book, because it's very clean, it's very clear, it's very precise, and it's not jumbled up. And we're doing chapters 1 to 6. So. All right, everyone, thank you very much for your time. I hope you have a great weekend, at least whatever it is that is left of your weekend. Thank you that at least to the end, we have about 20 people. I hope all of you will complete this class. I hope, right? I hope you don't get tired. I don't hope you don't get distracted. I hope you will also be implementing as we're going along for this. I hope you don't get tired. I hope you can see this through in itself. I promise you, if you see this through, it will make a significant difference in your life and even in your business and in your career. It will make a significant difference. You will speak amongst people and people will know that, okay, you know what, this is the kind of person I want to have around me. These are the kinds of people that I want to put on my board. People will hire you as an advisor. Remember, we have 8 programs that we're doing. We're doing English language and communication skills. We're doing Microsoft Office, right? We're doing digital marketing. We're doing 2 AI courses, making it 5. And then we're also doing the software application development and the EBM, right? Yeah, 7. We're taking the last one out. So we have 7 courses that we are doing right now. You should, as far as I'm concerned, if you're here, the only one you're permitted not to do amongst all the 7, or the only 2 you're permitted not to do amongst all the 7 is the AI automation specialist. You should do the business analyst one. And then the other one is for you not to do the SADC. If you're a student here, you need to ensure that apart from this one, you're part of the other 5. You're in the English language and communication sessions. You're in the Microsoft Office sessions. You're in the digital marketing session, especially people that are here. You're in one of the AI classes. Are we together? And you're also in this one. So there are 5 that you must be a part of. You don't have to do the AI for specialists. You also do not have to do the software development. But this one and an extra 4, you should be part of it. Every Friday, you need to make out time. And when you miss the class, you need to ensure that you go to watch the video and you do the assignments. It will be good for you. There'll be a huge advantage. And you're going to see this advantage. I thank you very much for the lady that gave us a testimonial here earlier today. Thank you very much. I promise you, if you see the semester through, your life will significantly change. If you see the semester, if you see it through, and you do all the assignments and you follow our instructions, you also do those Friday classes, your life and your career will be transformed. It's a promise. It's a promise if you see it through. Once again, thank you very much, everyone. God bless you. Edith Messi, I don't know if you've got anything to say. Thank you very much, everyone. God bless you. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ibindele. Wasiu, thank you. Okay, Edith Messi. Edith Messi, any of you here? They want the link to the Telegram or the WhatsApp group. Edith Mercy. Edith Mercy. Are they speaking and I can't hear them again? Edith and Mercy. Are you there? Are they speaking that I can't hear them? Edith and Mercy. Okay, I'm sure they probably have gone on to the other class.
All right, thank you so much,
But
boss.
yes, drop your...
Can you hear me?
Let me see. Edith and Mercy, are you here? Any of you here? Edith and Mercy.
Can you hear me, boss? Can anybody hear me?
Edith and Mercy.
I've been speaking.
We try to reach them. Give me a second.
Okay. All right, everyone. Thank you so much. Yes, you can hear me. Thank you so much. Boss, thank you. We really appreciate the informative and educative session with you today.
Thank you. Thank you very
Please,
much, Elizabeth. Thank you. Thank you for everyone.
Can we applaud
you.
our trainer, the boss himself? Please,
let's speaking
applaud.
And I can't hear as usual. Okay. Fisher is Mercy speaking and I can't hear.
All right. Keep it coming, please.
Okay, all right, that's fine. I think it's probably something with my computer. All right, everyone. Thank you very much. God bless you. Thank you.
Okay, so everybody, a quick one before we all dismiss for the day. All right, so for the assignment is going to be sent to your different groups. And for those of you who are on the call, maybe you have not yet registered, please, you can reach out to us on this number. The number is already on the chat room. If you are on this call and you are yet to register for this program, aside our NID student, you don't have to register again. So you can reach out to us on that number. You can WhatsApp chat or you can call. All right. And then for all the assignments, it is going to be sent to the group, and the email for you to submit your assignment to is still going to be sent to the WhatsApp group, or yes, the WhatsApp group. All right. Thank you so much, everybody. Then lastly, if you're on this call and you are yet to follow us on our social media handles, we implore you to follow us on all of our social media handles on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, LinkedIn. Comment on our post, share, like, mention, and then subscribe to our YouTube channel. All right. Thank you so much, everyone, for having us today on the call, and we enjoyed your time as well. Do have a very beautiful weekend. If you have any question, please do not hesitate to reach out. Thank you so much and have a wonderful weekend.
Okay, thank you very much, Mercy. And just to add to that, please, but in the course of the new week, we will be migrating to Telegram, like it's been highlighted earlier. So if you get the link to migrate to Telegram, kindly click on it and join the Telegram group. And this is because we have reached the maximum that WhatsApp groups can accept. So we don't want to leave anybody by the window or by the doorway. We want everybody to be inside. So that's why we'll be migrating to Telegram. And so you could simply click the link and join the respective group as you get the links. Okay. So I think that will be all. Take your assignments and assessments seriously. And we'll see you again in class next week, Saturday. All right. Please be on time. And registration for this course is still ongoing, still very much ongoing. I believe you know people who would benefit from this program. Feel free to share the link with them and let them register and join us in class next week, Saturday. So thank you very much, everyone. Have a beautiful, beautiful weekend. Stay happy and stay blessed. Bye for now.